Hang on a minute. Morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. All right, then. I think we'll get started. Everybody's so timely. I'm very impressed. So, morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Hollie Booth, the session organizer and moderator for today. And I'm really excited to kick off our net gains session on engaging fishers to protect sharks and rays. So, just to kind of provide a little bit of framing for the overall session today, I wanted to start by thinking about why do we need to engage fishers to protect sharks and rays? Why are we here today? Well, engaging fishers and more broadly thinking about human behavior as part of shark conservation is important because human systems and ecosystems are intrinsically linked. Our actions and behaviors cause the direct threats to shark populations that are leading to population declines, and overfishing by far is the biggest threat. And this isn't just bad news for sharks, but it's also bad news for us, because marine ecosystems provide important contributions to our human well-being. So, we need to engage fishers for three interrelated reasons. The first one is to mitigate threats, because halting and reversing shark population declines ultimately depends on changing human behavior, especially to prevent overfishing. Second, to ensure that marine conservation is fair and equitable. So reducing fishing mortality of sharks usually entails costs due to restrictions on fishing. And unfortunately, we often expect people who are already experiencing poverty to absorb these costs, leading to loss of income and food in coastal communities. Now, if you're a particularly biocentric or nihilistic person, you might just say you don't care that the shark conservation crisis is bad enough and people just need to suck it up and stop catching sharks. But actually, that approach doesn't work because fairness improves effectiveness. And many efforts to protect sharks and rays fail because they don't adequately consider the underlying drivers of human behavior or the potential costs that they impose on communities. So, basically, we need to engage fishers to find solutions which can mitigate overfishing whilst addressing fairness concerns and ensuring the well-being of coastal communities. And we're lucky to have a great lineup of speakers and panelists today who are going to be sharing their experiences in this space. And I want to kick us off by talking a little bit about my research on this in Indonesia. So, as many of you may already know, Indonesia is a hotspot of shark diversity and endemicity, but it is also the world's largest shark fishing nation. In fact, Indonesia catches more sharks and rays than any other country in the world. And sometimes they are specifically targeted to sell high-value fins and meat for the international trade. But more often than not, sharks and rays become entangled in nets and lines that are primarily targeting other types of fish. And most fisheries in Indonesia are small scale and support coastal livelihoods, where people use pretty much everything that they catch, including threatened sharks and rays, either as a source of food or to sell for money to support their families and send their kids to school. So this means we face difficult trade-offs between protecting sharks and rays for their intrinsic and tourism values and between coastal livelihoods, because if we're restricting catches of sharks, we're also reducing sources of food and income for fishers. So the big question is, how can we solve these trade-offs? How can we deliver positive outcomes for sharks and coastal communities at the same time? And over the past 6 years, I've been engaging with fishers in different coastal communities in Indonesia to try to answer this question. And although I work in a range of different contexts, I generally try to apply the same process and methods. First of all, to define and diagnose the drivers of shark overfishing from the ground up, then to design solutions with fishers, then to pilot and evaluate those solutions, and finally to use this evidence to adapt, sustain, and scale. So what do these steps actually look like in practice? Oops. So for defining and diagnosing the drivers of fishing, I typically use a mixed methods approach. So first, catch data can help us to try to understand which gears, seasons, and operational decisions are associated with higher catches of threatened species. So, for example, we found that gill nets were the biggest source of mortality for critically endangered wedgefish and hammerhead sharks in two important shark and ray areas in Aceh and Sumbawa. And then, once we understand these catch patterns, we can use social surveys to help us to unpick the underlying social and economic drivers of these operational decisions. So, for example, interviews with these gill net fishers found that they found it difficult to completely avoid hammerheads and wedgefish in their fishing grounds, and actually they were quite happy if they caught them because it provides extra food and income. And on the other hand, they didn't want to reduce their catches or release them because it would lead to reduced income and would be perceived as wasteful. And then once we understand this information, we can kind of bring all these insights together to develop detailed conceptual models of the threatening processes. And this goes beyond just overfishing to understanding the social, economic, technical, and institutional factors that drive overfishing. And then, once we understand these, we can try to think about what are some potential intervention options. And we can take these intervention options and use methods from, for example, behavioral economics to make empirical predictions about which intervention options might work best. And we can engage fishers in the design process. So in Indonesia, we have used something called scenario interviews combined with contingent valuation studies to try to predict how fishers might respond to a whole range of different intervention options, from top-down rules and regulations to voluntary programs to positive incentives. And our results suggested that positive conservation incentives could be highly cost-effective because they would drive changes in fisher behavior, and they would also help to address the perceived fairness concerns and financial opportunity costs as a result of conservation actions amongst fishers. So, through applying this participatory process in several locations, we've now developed 3 distinct incentive-based approaches for different fishery contexts. So one is a voluntary buyout program for a targeted shark longline fishery so that fisheries can voluntarily and permanently exit the fishery at a fair price. We also have a gear exchange program where fishers can voluntarily exchange their bycatch intensive gill nets for lower bycatch fish traps. And we have a compensate to release program where fishers receive direct compensation for safely releasing threatened species from their nets and lines. And this compensation is conditional on the submission of video evidence of them safely releasing these species. However, once we have these potential solutions, we want to know whether or not they really work. Human behavior and markets are very complex, and just because a fisher says they will do something in a hypothetical scenario in an interview situation doesn't mean they will do it in real life. And so for this reason, we have been experimentally evaluating our programs through randomized control trials. So what this means is we split our eligible fisher populations into 2 random groups. One group receives the program, while the other group continues to fish as usual and acts as a control. We then collect data on conservation outcomes and well-being outcomes for both groups, and we compare differences between the groups. And the difference between the 2 groups gives you the effect size for the program. So are our programs actually working? We have some early evidence of positive impacts. So a recent vessel buyout pilot program has permanently removed and decommissioned 2 targeted shark longline fishing vessels, which we estimate will save at least 4,000 threatened and CITES listed sharks and rays over the next 10 years at a cost of less than $9 per shark saved. Our gear exchange pilot program reduced bycatch of hammerheads and wedgefish by 100% and also increased fisher income by around $50 per trip. And meanwhile, in our compensate to release program, this led to the live release of over 3,000 wedgefish and hammerheads over the past 5 years. But we actually found mixed results in the first iteration of this program. So wedgefish retained catches declined by 25% in the treatment relative to the control group, but hammerhead catches actually increased because some fishers were cheating and trying to catch more sharks in order to receive the payments. But because we set this whole thing up as a randomized controlled trial, we were able to detect this cobra effect And we've since been able to adapt the program and make some tweaks to try to guard against these unintended consequences. So now we have this successful proof of concept, we are adapting and expanding to additional households and communities, working with a fantastic network of other local NGOs who are applying similar methods and processes elsewhere. We're working with government to develop new fisheries management and marine protected area management plans, and especially trying to redirect perverse subsidies into positive incentives to help fishers comply with new rules. And in the long run, we're also trying to move towards voluntary efforts by engaging with local leaders. And one recent success is that 6 communities in Aceh have recently agreed to protect juvenile hammerheads and wedgefish as part of their customary law in the West Aceh important shark and ray area. So just to wrap up with some key messages. Conservation is fundamentally a process of behavioural and social change, and engaging fishers is critical for mitigating overfishing of sharks and rays. Conservation is always costly and trade-offs are inevitable, and we need to try to find ways to manage these trade-offs in order for conservation to be successful. But human behaviour is complex and dynamic. We can't always predict how people are going to respond, and that's why we really need rigorous methods to evaluate impact and a culture of continuous learning in order to make sure conservation is successful. And ultimately, there are no silver bullet solutions to the shark conservation crisis. Actually, what we need is multiple mitigation pathways and bundles of complementary policies and incentives which suit different contexts. And with that, I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody who has been part of this work. It's me here today as the spokesperson, but none of this would be possible without all of the fishers, students, colleagues, organizations, funders, many of whom who are here today. And if you're interested in any of the methods and processes that I talked about today, I've got this draft guidance document that you can access more links and information here. And with that, I'm being a bad moderator because I've already gone over my talk time. So I would like to invite our next speaker to the stage, please, which I believe is, sorry, I'm just going to have to grab my notes. I think it's Trisha next.
It's Rosa.
Sorry, Rosa. Sorry, I would like to invite... Sorry, Rosa.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Rosa Maria Cañedo, and I will present a short pilot project that I had the opportunity to lead in Peru some years ago about this very particular group of sharks, the angel sharks. Where is the point? So the main motivation of this project was unclear understanding of what was happening with this group of sharks in Peru at the time that we were developing the project. And even though some previous literature showed that there was a declining trend of the populations and the landings over the time. And at that time, where we were doing the research, were also a lack of basic information about the biology and the fishery of this group. So this really motivated us to start the project. So just to give you a brief information about this group of sharks in Peru, there is 2 species officially reported in the Peruvian coast, the Pacific angel shark and the Chilean angel shark. However, there is still a little bit of uncertainty about the extension of the distribution range of the Squatina californica. And information about the study site area is that the northern region of Peru is one of the most important areas for elasmobranch fisheries. And in the case of the fisheries of angel shark, the port of San Jose is very important because it has been reported the highest landing over the time. So all of these really influence our motivation to develop this project and generate scientific evidence about the ecological, fisheries, and biological aspects of this group, especially based on local data collection. And we included different components in the projects trying to take advantage of this 4-month monitoring program that we had So one of the first components that we had in the project is about the local fisheries in San Jose. With this monitoring of 4 months that was part of the thesis of one local student, Daisy, we collected species-specific information for the species of the Squatina armata, and we identified that there is no one specific fisheries for this species, and actually it belongs to a multi-species fisheries in San Jose. And sometimes these species can be considered as a target species, and in other times that can be considered as part of the bycatch. So that really makes a little bit complicated the scenario for the fisheries of these species. And through this monitoring, we were able to provide also more specific information about sex ratios and different maturity stage of the catch composition. We also developed a component about the historical trends of the fisheries. We identified that some fishers perceived change in the abundances consistent with previous reported landings in San Jose. We also identified that the causes that they related with this declining of the landings were the overfishing and the presence of bottom trawling. We also could identify that the market is primarily focused on the northern part of Peru, and that the consumption of these species are related more with the consumption of the fresh meat and also dry gonads that they usually use on some beverage because they think are energizing and also aphrodisiac. Other component of the project was the reproductive biology section, and this part of the project was led by Nelly, and with her we developed a first guide of different maturity stages for females and male individuals that we collected in San Jose. And this was designed and was written in Spanish just so local people can use this guide to support the fisheries. Another component of the project was about the trophic ecology of the angel sharks in Peru. This was part of the thesis, the undergraduate thesis of Daniel, and this paper was a great contribution because it was the first description of the trophic ecology of Squatina armata in Peru, and about the insights that we got from this this component was that the main composition of the diet was based on teleost and cephalops. However, this was just a screenshot of the trophic ecology of the species because the monitoring was done after the end of the El Niño event, so probably in another period the patterns will be different. And the main insight is that there was no significant difference between males and females in this area, and neither differences between maturity stages. So probably all the individuals were using the same area to feed themselves. So about the lessons that we learned from this project, the main lesson was to work in collaboration with local students because that really helped us to have a continuous presence on the port, and that helped to rebuild that trust with the fishers in the area, because in the area many organizations have been working before, and some regulations have been based on data collection in that area, and that really create an environment with the fishers of and trust. So because the students were present there almost every day, that was an opportunity to explain many times why we were doing the research and why was that important, and I think that really helped a lot. Also, the workshop that we developed over that during all the stages of the project were also very useful because that really helped us identify which planet activities, especially at the beginning, were more feasible, because we tried to carry out a component about behavioral change and suggest the release of juvenile individuals, but many of the fishers didn't agree to do that because different reasons, because time, because the safety on board, because they didn't know how to do it, and even they didn't know too much about biology of the species. So that really was the reason, because they didn't want to proceed with this part of the project. Also, the challenge that we have related with the engagement was reduced participation in sites with low species occurrence. We had two localities, San Jose and Cancas. However, in San Jose, there is more frequent landings in the port in comparison with Cancas, where they they get like one individual per month of angeled sharks in their catch composition. So it's very rare species for them, and we assume that was the reason, because they were very they were not interested to participate in the project, even if we used the same incentive for the two localities. So the take-home message for this project is that the changes on abundance are supported by multiple evidence sources, by the previous official landing reports, and also by the perceptions of the fishers, which really push the need to do something else and take action about what can be done to preserve the population of these species in Peru. Angeled sharks have ecological and sociocultural importance, specifically in the northern region of the country, even though the species are distributed until the southern part. In the southern areas, not many people eat this fish, so this shark. A dynamic multi-species fishery will require move beyond single species management, and the collaboration in this project really shaped what was possible to do during this monitoring time. So a quick thanks to all the team members that really did a great effort to have all the results that we have now. And thanks to all the funders, and especially thank you to all the fishers that really share and trust to share their experiences and help us with the monitoring and with the measurements, and were very patient with us. So thank you. If you want to know more about elasmobranch in Peru or angeled sharks in South America, please use the QR. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rosa. I think we're going to move on to the next speaker to keep to time. So our next speaker is Trisha. Please come up to the stage.
Okay, thank you so much, Hollie, for organizing this session. And hi, everyone. I'm Trisha, and I'm going to be speaking a bit about... Closer to the mic? Yeah, okay. I'm going to be speaking a bit about some of my PhD work with small-scale fishers in India. So just to start off by introducing you a bit to the Indian context of shark fisheries. There are nearly 5 million marine fishers in India, working across the more than 1,300 landing centers found all along our coastline. And we have a huge diversity of different gear and craft types that operate in India, right from very small-scale artisanal fisheries to very large-scale mechanized fisheries, as is the case for many Asian countries, of course. And India is amongst the top 3 shark and ray fishing nations in the world today. So my research focused in Goa, a state on the west coast of India, and particularly I worked in South Goa across 11 fishing villages. So you may have heard of Goa as being a major tourism center, bringing in tourists from all around the world. A lot of local communities, including fishing communities, now depend a lot on tourism as a source of income and livelihood. But fishers still do continue to do fishing in the season, and it forms an important part of their livelihood and earnings as well in the non-tourism season. Goa is also quite interesting because there are several villages in South Goa that are now demonstrating a very specific, targeted seasonal fishing for sharks. And this is something that's just emerged very newly and recently, maybe about 10 or 15 years ago, where small-scale fishers use a specialized type of gillnet, targeting pups of the blacktip shark. And as I said, it's very seasonal, just happens over a few weeks, and it's not really a traditional practice. There are only about 40 or 45 fishing vessels that participate in this fishery, and they can catch over 10,000 sharks in a single season. And a lot of our exploratory population models have found this fishery to most likely be unsustainable. So there is a need for some sort of urgent management intervention. But on the other side of it, of course, this fishery does have some important social, economic, and cultural values that we still don't understand very well. And it's important that this is taken into account before we intervene into this fishery. So the approach that we used, which was actually inspired by Hollie's work, using scenario interviews. Scenarios are essentially hypothetical conservation interventions that we designed that can be used to either reduce some of the fishing pressure on these sharks to make them more sustainable, or to stop shark fishing entirely. So we developed 6 different conservation scenarios or conservation interventions for this case study. And I won't go over them in great detail right now, but as you can see, the first 4 are all incentive-based solutions. So these are either positive incentives, so the things that fishers might gain or benefit from if they give up shark fishing. Or we also had some negative incentives or disincentives, so a penalty or something that a fisher might lose if they continue shark fishing. We also explored the idea of a cooperative fishing, where fishers collectively fish for sharks in a sustainable manner. And lastly, we explored an alternative livelihood option of cage culture or aquaculture, which fishers would do instead of shark fishing. So with these scenarios, we conducted scenario interviews. The purpose of this was really to understand what motivates fishers to engage in this fishery, and to also understand their response to these scenarios. So under each scenario, what would the fisher do? Would they change their behavior and actually reduce or stop fishing for sharks, or would they continue fishing the way that they used to? We conducted interviews with 17 shark fishers, which represents about 40% of those who fish for sharks in this region. And we also conducted informal interviews with other members of the community, including women, as well as participant observation, to really collect a very rich qualitative data set to answer our research questions. And this was thematically analyzed. So coming to what we actually found, not surprisingly, the main motivation for shark fishing was instrumental or for money. Fishers do, of course, sell these sharks for quite high profits, and this is one of the major factors that was driving them to catch these species. But we did also identify other factors, such as social influences. So a lot of fishers entered this fishery and continue fishing for sharks due to the influence of their friends, families, neighbors, and so on. And it was important to sort of understand this in a more holistic manner. So coming to the actual conservation scenarios and how people responded to them, this was quite complicated and with a lot of nuances, but I'm just going to try and summarize it. So on the right side here, in the red, you have all the responses that basically were the cases where fishers said they would not change their behavior. So they would continue to fish for sharks under that scenario. Whereas on the left, in green, were the fishers who said that they may or would definitely change their behavior in response to that scenario. So as you can see, we do have a lot of red. So fishers did respond negatively to a lot of these scenarios. And I'm going to particularly draw attention to the last one, the cage culture, which is the alternative livelihood, where most fishers said that they were not interested in participating in this livelihood. And this is interesting because this is a livelihood that's currently being developed and promoted quite heavily by the Indian government all across coastal communities in India as a sort of livelihood, means of income, and as a food source. But it's clear that fishing communities, at least in this region, are not really interested in taking it up. So the 2 scenarios that performed the best were the ones right in the center, which were the 2 financial incentives and the disincentive. So for the financial incentive, we were discussing a PES, or a payment for ecosystem services, again similar to what Hollie mentioned in her talk, where fishers were offered a certain amount of money to voluntarily stop shark fishing and exit the fishery. So while we did have several fishers who said that they may follow this and stop shark fishing, there were also lots who said that they would not because the money offered was just not enough, or because of multiple other reasons. And interestingly enough, it's the ban or the disincentive that seemed to perform the best just in terms of eliciting the most amount of behavior change. So a largest number of fishers said that they would follow such a measure and actually exit the fishery. So I'm just going to unpack these results a little bit and go over some of our key findings. One of the main things that came away from our study is that it's clear that fishers were not economically dependent upon this fishery in a way that they could still meet their daily needs and their livelihoods would survive without the sharks. But they did receive a very valuable income from it, and sharks also formed very quick money because they could sell it immediately, catch a lot, sell a lot, and receive high profits. And it's important that we understood this and accounted for this. Secondly, it did seem from a lot of the data that we gathered that interventions that relied on trust, cooperation, and voluntary behavior change didn't really seem very likely to work in this particular context, which was surprising. But a lot of the responses that we got from fishers were essentially things around the fact that if I give up shark fishing, but if my friend still fishes for sharks, that's unfair, and I want to keep fishing for sharks too. So it did indicate that a lot of these local institutions might not be very strong here in the kind of social relationships that we usually rely upon in a community to implement such interventions were maybe not the same in Goa, so we had to rethink our approach. And lastly, the reason why the ban seemed a bit more acceptable to fishers was about the fact that it applied equally to everyone and that it was mandatory. So that's not to say that fishers wanted a ban or that they would be happy with it, but they did say that they would follow it and it would not have a huge impact on their earnings or livelihood. So yeah, it was a complicated study and I didn't necessarily have a clear result because it was, behavior change is complicated, and that's essentially one of my key takeaways. It's really important to actually understand behaviors. Why do people do the things that they do? And what drives them, and how will they behave in a potential conservation intervention, because this is the only way that we can do effective conservation and behavior change. And for this fishery in Goa, it did seem like a complete exit from the fishery in some form would be the way forward, not necessarily from a top-down ban, but maybe from a more community agreement and with local buy-in, but also with the involvement of the government to ensure enforcement and compliance. So that's it. Thank you so much for listening to me, and a quick shout out to the communities I worked with and my funders and collaborators. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Trisha. I think.
Hi everyone, my name is Nadia. I'm from ASRA Launching Project Indonesia, and today I'll be sharing the approaches that we have been doing with the local communities for the research and conservation of rhinorays in Karimunjawa. So to set the context, this is Karimunjawa. It is a multi-use marine protected area situated in the Java Sea of Indonesia. And it is inhabited with the local community that is dispersed across 5 villages. And of course, their main livelihoods is fisheries. And it is also home to rhinorays, especially the guitarfish and wedgefish. It is identified as a potential popping ground. But at the same time, in the broader context of the Java Sea, rhinorays are targeted and boycotted in small-scale and commercial fisheries. So looking at this, we can see that it is both a threat and opportunity, and that's why EPI, or ASRA Launching Project Indonesia, did the Rhinorays project with the aim and the goal to balance livelihood and also the species conservation. And one of the aims to reach that goal is through integrating community perspectives and priorities to initiate a community-supported plan for rhinorays management. So we started everything in 2022, and it's still going on until today. We did many approaches since 2022, together with also research on the species. And since 2022, it has been going hand in hand, where each activity informs another one. And today, I'll be focusing on the social community approach, and I will sharing also about the key takeaways and learnings. So it all started in 2022. We came to Karimunjawa with not a lot of information about wedgefish and guitarfish. So we came to ask the people who know about them the most, which are the community. Using interview, we asked people where are actually the guitarfish and wedgefish, who are actually catching them, and we got many important informations as a baseline. One of the key results is we see that guitarfish and wedgefish, especially the wedgefish, is highly valuable, although they are actually not a main target of the community. And an interesting result as well is we identified that these fishers show willingness to release the juveniles one. So following into that, we created a small workshop. So this time, it's the EPI team that shared knowledge to the fishers. We introduced basic conservation, and because we knew from the previous interviews that these fishers occasionally meet rhinorays and other elasmobranchs, we also introduced handling and releasing. Out of this workshop, we saw also some fishers expressed willingness about reporting and releasing. So that seems really nice. Fishers show enthusiasm, but in reality, it's not that easy. We faced challenges in the following up actions. We saw voluntary-based citizen science network with the fishers didn't work really well because fishers don't feel the need to. They don't see the importance of it. So in 2023, we did another round of interview, but this time we meet not only the fishers, but other stakeholders, such as the fish buyers, village chiefs, and office staffs. And this is because we identified that fishers are not the only decision makers when it comes to rhinorays fisheries. There are other decision makers, and sometimes their own decisions can be influenced by other stakeholders. So we met them, but this time we asked, if rhinorays were to be managed in Karimunjawa, what is the best way? We used this flashcard to introduce 6 management options, and these flashcards vary with the visual, helps us to identify and also to explain these concepts for them. And these are some of the results. We identified effective and feasible management based on them. The top one is size-based regulations, quotas, and full protection. And following up to that, we also asked the fishers, what do you think the impact of these management options will be? And most of them said there's no impact because rhinorays are actually not the main target of these local fishers. So at this point, we have done 2 rounds of interviews. We got a lot of information, but we see something that can be a bias in these interviews. We see that there's a tendency of these fishers to answer good answers, because they know that we came as a researcher, as someone who's on conservation, so they tend to curate their answers to make us generally happy with their answers. So there's the social desirability bias. And that's why in 2024, we use another approach. We design a game. So it's a simple game, and we created the design to reflect the context of rhinorays in Karimunjawa. The aim of this game is to understand fishers' behavior under several management scenarios. And in this game, the fishers are asked to play as themselves as fishers. The game is very easy. And if you're interested, we also have a poster session to delve into more on this game development. But the aim of this game is to understand their behavior when it's less formal, because they're playing game with practically the fellow community members. And so this is the result. In the game, we introduce different scenarios, different management options in the rules and in the gameplays. And one of the results is that in that different scenarios and different rules, these fishers exhibit different rhinorays retention level. So with some management scenarios, they retain less. So learnings that it is a really fun and new approach for engaging fishers. So at this point of the project, we are 3 years in. We've met with a lot of fishers, and we keep on meeting new ones through this game. And it's interesting because it's less formal, so fishers are more perceptive on what we are sharing about. And the second learning is we can observe the dynamics between fishers in the community, because in interviews, it's more one-on-one between us and the fishers, and this way we can see how actually the community discuss and how they interact. And in many fishing communities, such as in Karimunjawa, this is particularly important because they are really tight. But of course, there's a trade-off. There are some details or some behavioral things that is not being able to be discussed in depth. So we see that these game simulation is important and it's an interesting approach, but it cannot actually replace interviews. Following to that, in 2024, so this is actually my favorite part of the project, is we created a fisher scientist program together with Hollie as well, is to create an incentive approach. But this one, we paid the fishers for their fishing trips. So we go together through with their regular fishing operation, but we have an agreement when there is a small Rhinoray, we can do a capture, mark, recapture study together with the fishers. And these are the key results. After a year, and this project is still going on, we see stronger understanding of conservation and stewardship towards Rhinorays. And even they become their own advocates in their own community. One of the example is this one, is Mr. Bajo, or Mr. Dong. He always posts the activity he does with EPI team on his WhatsApp story. And if you know, like the local coastal community in Indonesia, WhatsApp story is a huge thing. And we also identified preliminary popping and nursery ground from this activity. And one of the learnings is we see that when they are participate actively, it yields promising result. So when you ask me back in 2022, if we were planning to do all these approaches, up to today, the answer is no, because we use information from previous activities to shape subsequent steps, and it helped us to accelerate the project. Lesson learned, the first one is we see the importance to understand local context. Who are the main people that you have to meet? And the second one is the need to build trust with main stakeholders. It has underlined and bold, so I really want to emphasize on this. So EPI has been in Karimunjawa almost all year long since 2022, and that shows that we are very serious and we're not here only to extract information, but we are really want to help the Rhinorays and the local community. So thank you, and I would like to acknowledge everyone. It takes a village, as you can see. Thank you to all the EPI team members, interns, advisors, and also funders. And these are the names also of the local fishers that we work with. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nadia. That was fantastic. Lovely. And I would like to invite our final speaker before the break. Laurence, please come to the stage. And just to let everybody know, after this talk, we'll be going for the photo. Somebody's going to be ringing a bell, and you need to follow the bell to go and get the group photo taken.
Hello everyone, my name is Laurence Fauconnet. I'm a researcher at Oceanos in the University of the Azores in Portugal. And today I present part of the master thesis of this smiley girl here, Luana Silva, that the master thesis that I've been co-supervising with my colleagues Gui Menezes and Jenna Catarino, who is also attending the conference today. The topic of this thesis was the flapper skates. Flapper skate is the largest skate in Europe. It can reach lengths of up to 2 meters, and it has an extremely slow life cycle. It can live for over 40 years. It reached sexual maturity very late, and egg incubation is around 18 months. For a long time, the species Dipterus intermedius has been confounded with another species, Dipterus batis, that was smaller. And this misidentification has actually led to drastic reduction in the population of the flapper skate Dipterus intermedius in the Northeast Atlantic. It is now listed as critically endangered, and fishing still remains the biggest threat to this species. In the European Union, the species is legally protected, so the catching and landing of the species is prohibited. In the Azores, which is this Portuguese archipelago in the middle of the North Atlantic, the presence of the species has recently been confirmed thanks to the word of Diana. We have a prohibition of bottom trawling since 2005, but the species still regularly occur in the bycatch of the deep water hook and line fisheries, who are the main fisheries in the region. We have very limited data on the ecological and fisheries data of the species in the region. So the objective really of this work was to try to fill some of the knowledge gap, to try to understand and assess the vulnerability of the species to the local fisheries. But because it's a quite data-poor species, we needed to to use an integrated approach. So we have some data from an onboard observer program that has been run since 2004. The program went all year long in all of the EZ, which is around 1 million square kilometers. But the coverage of the program is quite limited, so we have a reduced number of individuals. We also have an annual scientific survey that has been run since 1995, that is run in spring and autumn. But the catch of this species is actually also quite limited with this fishing gear. More recently, we've developed some BRUV, deep sea BRUV, that also deployed during the annual survey in spring and autumn. And actually, the species is one of the regular sightings that we have in our BRUVs, but we still have a limited data set, so it also results in a small number of individuals. So to complement this information, we performed some interviews with the fishers, and it's even more valuable in this case because they are under catch prohibition, so they cannot be landed, but the fishers still regularly interact with those species. So the objective really of those interviews were to assess the local ecological knowledge about these species and try to identify the distribution in terms of the catch, in terms of area, depth, and fishing gear. We performed an interview with semi-open-ended questions, and we brought some maps and photographic material to make sure that we not create, to make sure that the identification were correct and they would not confound with similar species. We performed a total of 47 interviews, 41 with inline fishers, and 6 with bottom longliners in 7 out of the 9 islands of the archipelago. The results show that most of the fishers are actually declared to be aware, to be able to recognize the species, declared to be able to recognize the species, sorry. And most of them, 72% of them, also declared to have already catch the species at least once. But interestingly, the results in terms of endliner are quite different. They mostly declare that the catch is rare or infrequent, while half of the bottom longliner actually declare the catch to be quite frequent. Interestingly as well, we also asked about how the individuals were when they were released, and most of them declared that the individuals were clearly alive when released, but only half of them were actually aware of the catch prohibition in place for the species. In terms of area of higher occurrence, we had a recurrent reporting of some of the areas as hotspot for the species, some of the seamount, Azores, Princess Alice, Mar da Prata. And interestingly, when we compared with the results obtained from the other data source, we have the same seamount that come up as an area of higher abundance for the species. Similarly, for the depths of higher occurrence, the fishers reported a large distribution of lengths where they catch the species, but with a higher peak in around 400 and 500 meter depths. And we have similar results from the BRUV and from the annual survey, where actually the onboard observer data are missing some of the deeper depths, and so we have only this monotonic trend. So in this case, we have kind of better results with the fishers interview. Just some take-home message to finish. So we managed to have somehow an agreement between the information provided with the fishers interview and our scientific data. So this cross-evaluation gave us good confidence in the pattern that we observe in terms of distribution. It's been very interesting to integrate multiple data sets because we can this way mitigate the bias associated with single database. It has been critical for this species that is quite rare. Because of the lower fishing pressure that we have in the Azores and the results so that the fisher provide us about the survival, we believe that maybe the Azores could be a refuge for the species in the Northeast Atlantic. Obviously, we still need to perform more research to confirm this finding. And this work with fisher to raise fisher awareness, to be aware of the problem of misidentification was really also very valuable. And this work can inform management, raise awareness, and aid in species, in the species conservation of the species. I would finish by thanking all the fishers and all the colleagues who have been involved in the collection of this data, all the projects that have been supporting our work, and the entities that have been contributing to our travel here. If you want to follow the research of our group, we have some social media here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. That was great and super interesting to see the alignment between the different methods. We do have a little bit of time for one question before the break, before the bell starts ringing for us to go and have a photo. So if anyone has a question, don't be shy. Yes. Oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah, hi, thanks for that. That was a nice talk. How confident are you in the fish's ability to identify Dipterus intermedius compared to other Dipterus species you might get in the area?
So we have two species of intermedius in the region. We have Dipterus intermedius and Dipterus oxyrhynchus. And when we were doing the interview, we had some printed photography of the two of them. We first asked them if they were able to, and then we were just, okay, so how do you do? What's the main characteristic you are looking at? So then we were really trying to make sure that, yeah, they were aware of which species it was. And the two species of Dipterus, the Oxyrhynchus has a bit of a longer snout, so yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Cool. All right, I think let's start heading outside for the photo so that we can be timely. So thank you. Up to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Today, I'd like to share with you some of the work that we've been doing with tropical tuna fishers and to improve the conservation of elasmobranchs and rays. And if we go to the tropical fisheries of tunas, they are distributed all across the globe. About 5 million tons of tuna are caught annually. And if we look at the gears, it's the tuna purseaners, what we call the super seiners, the ones that catch 65% of that total 5 million tons. And these vessels, they use what we call FADs, fish aggregating devices, which are basically floating objects that they deploy at sea. They track them with a GPS buoy, and tunas tend to aggregate under them. The trouble is that other species also go to those FADs, and especially silky sharks aggregate under them too. So we want to try to reduce those species and avoid them. So one thing that we've been doing for the last 15 years is we've been doing workshops all across the world. We've done more than 300 workshops in 25 countries, and we try to go to the principal fishing ports or hometowns of these fishers and spend a day with them trying to discuss ways on how we can reduce the bycatch. And we also, if we're at port, we go to the vessels, check them out, how they work. And in those meetings, what we do is build like a relationship with them. We go regularly to these places, we repeat over the years, and we try to discuss with them what are the limitations, how they can improve their practices. We show them things that scientists and other groups are testing to see if it's viable or not. And another important thing is that we transfer knowledge from what we learn in one fishery to another ocean. So we take up things that fishers are doing well in one country, and we kind of show them fishers in other countries what can be done. So that's a way to transfer knowledge between them. Most of these workshops have been with tuna purseaners, but in the last 5 years we've also been doing industrial longliners. So we do those types of gears. And the other thing we do is we have been embarking in these tuna purseaners. We go for 1 or 2 months at a time, and we've done more than 50 trips in the last 5 years. And what we do there is we test new ideas, new protocols to try to release or avoid the sharks and the rays. Sometimes we dive inside the purseine net and we see where the sharks are distributed and try to find a way we can modify the net, open a window to release them from there. Other times, when they come on the deck, we try to find methods to put them back into the water as quickly as possible. And we use satellite tags and other measures to see if they survive, to measure the efficiency of the different protocols. And one thing I would say, after meeting so many captains and fishers, is that they have a lot of knowledge about how the animals behave near the gear. They know how the gear operates, and some of the best bycatch solutions to date have come from fishers themselves. So for example, if we talk about the back down procedure for the dolphin safe, or we talk about the many different models of turtle excluding devices that have been invented and then modified by captains to adapt them to their fishery, I think we can tap into that knowledge. For example, just to give you another example, on the left-hand side, you have that frame made of bamboo. This is originally an idea from a Spanish captain in one of their workshops. And he built this frame basically to unload the catch, let the tuna go through, and retain the manta on top and try to release it from there. Unfortunately, after the second trial, the frame got smashed because some of these manta rays are heavier than a car. But the idea stayed there, and we kind of took that concept and we built like a solid metal frame with some ropes across it, which is quite a simple concept, but it works. Basically, you can unload the catch, the fish go through the gaps, and the manta rays stay on top. And now we're finding that we can release big, large animals that before would take 5 minutes to half an hour, and obviously had a great impact on their survival. We can release them in 1 or 2 minutes, and without the fishers having even to touch the animal. They don't have to go and pick it up and try to move it over the board. We even now starting to collaborate with the fishers and show them how to tag these manta rays. I'll just show you, I think if it plays a video. Oh, sorry, I'll go back. Sorry about that. Is it going to play? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I think now it should play. Or not? Yeah. So basically, now they can release these large animals. Although the frame, that circle looks small, that's more than 3 meters across. So this animal is like 7 meters. And now they can release them and they can tag them. So they're contributing to our studies, and they're part of the solution with these tools. And we're trying other things like big trays or hoppers where they can sort the catch. We have slings and velcros to move the animals around safely, and even like ramps or water slides that we use to remove the animals from the deck. But this time, that way they don't have to hold it physically, so there's less stress on the animal and there's more safety for the crew. So these kind of are simple solutions sometimes, and we've seen that they can increase the survival of these animals by 3 or 4 times compared to manual releases. And just to comment, like the best practices that the RFMOs still use, like the Tuna Commission still use, are recommend manual releases, but obviously moving large sharks sometimes is risky for fishers, and because of that sometimes they don't apply them. So we think that with these new tools, safer tools, they will increase the rate of release and the survival of these animals. I'll just give one last example. There's also, we found in a study in 2013 that these fads, which had like a tail that was submerged, made of white mesh, which they reused from the Persane mesh, used to entangle sharks more than we thought before. So we worked with the fishermen. Initially, we reduced the size mesh from like 4 inches to 1 inch. And after that, we've moved on to fads that have 0 mesh total. So now the entanglement is basically non-existent, and we're even working with them to make these fads now with biodegradable materials instead of synthetic materials, so they don't leave a plastic trace behind if they get lost. So that's completely implemented now, the non-entangling fads in all the oceans now. So basically, to sum up some of the lessons, I would say that we have to engage fishermen to be part of the solution. They always can contribute a lot of feedback, and also by incorporating them into the process, they're going to feel like it's theirs. All of these practices are voluntary in many cases, so they're doing it because they believe in them. Also, one thing I'd say is identify your most proactive, inventive fisher, and work with those people to try to forward your ideas and initiatives, and then the more conservative skippers will follow through. After that, prioritize bycatch solutions that have minimal cost for them and that they don't impact their target catches, and if they have benefits for them, so for example, they're safer to use or they have less legislation because of that, work on that. And with industrial tuna fisheries, we've seen that because they're all seeking eco-certification these days, there's a more open mind to try to collaborate with scientists and conservationists because they have to comply with the objectives of those eco-labels. So, you know, that's a thing that we have to take advantage of. And with that, I'd like to thank all the fishers and funders for these projects. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Jefferson. And great to see those, I guess, those fisher-invented solutions in action. So, yeah, that was wonderful. I'd now like to invite our next speaker, Leonardo, to the stage, please. Hi, Leonardo.
Hello. Imagine a group of children who want to play together, but they have a problem. Some are from Sri Lanka and know cricket, and the other are foreigner and know baseball. But one of them say, no problem, let's play together. Cricket team can use their rule, and baseball team can use their rule. At the end, the best team wins. Would that make sense to you? Obviously not, because they don't play the same game. They have different rules, different way to score, and different way to win. Only a child can believe that. But this is what happened when we tried to play with fisheries and powerful traders in our community coast in Venezuela. And the result, the consequence is this. In our community, many whale sharks was killing for sale their fin. For this reason, we decided to learn their rule and play with them in their field. And we discovered that the problem is not only a conservation problem, it's an incentive problem. Because the fisher are extremely poor and they need to feed their children. They need to give a future for their family. And it's very difficult for them. And shark trader made that shark killing valuable. And not only whale shark, manta ray, hammerhead shark, and traitor shark. Okay, we apply a theory of change, and we need to change a specific harmful behavior. And it's important that they don't eat large shark. They only need the fin for sale to trader, for trader. Our theory terms is very clear, very simple. When fisher can earn more money with shark leave than for dead shark, whale shark fishing stop. And we activate the chain in 3 ways: new skill, new income, and new pride. First, we connected those 2 groups, the diver, Venezuelan diver, and fishery. The fisheries know beautiful places for diving. And we're training the fisheries for work as dive guide. And this is very interesting economically for them. The second was the ceviche with lionfish. Lionfish is an invasive exotic species in the Caribbean, and a diver is normally catch the lionfish, and now the family can prepare ceviche, and diver boil it back. And third is make recycled bag from ghost net. And this bag, each bag sell in the city for $20 per one. And finally, pride, new pride. This is very important because William James say the deepest principle in human nature is the craving to be appreciated. And now they are heroes for nature. This feature, their history is on the national TV and on the national social media. And we made the conservation funny. And now the name is in our new book about shark and ray of Venezuelan Caribbean. And now they are here, or their face is here in Sri Lanka in this international conference. How we know people change? We not only saw a positive attitude, but really signal of change. 18 people featured and their family was licensed as dive operator, no surfing processing at home, and trader lost influenced. This is like a model that family prepare in their home for trader, but avoid the authority. and only one documented shark was killing outside of our community in the last 5 years. And the reason is basically financially. We, with our project, they can increase the 10x the annual income. You can see in the graphic whale shark killing versus boat tour, ceviche sales, and abuelita bags. This is the bag with a ghost net. Obviously, living shark had to become more valuable than dead shark. And the real reason is that fisheries were not the problem. They became the solution. And the next step is that we designed this platform for tourists can book your experience and see the face behind our project and can buy the bag and the ceviche lionfish. This is in construction. Finally, thanks to my partner. And this is a video for citizen science. This is a fisherman in our community, and this is what happened in our coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was a lovely presentation, and yeah, really good to see the positive story at the end there. I think we've got less than a minute, so I think it's probably best if we move on to the next speaker to keep to time. But thank you so much. That was great. So I think now I'd like to invite Sally. Oh, there you are. She was sitting there earlier. I'd like to invite Sally up, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today representing Central America. We're small but mighty, and also my work in Honduras. And what better way to do this than take you on a journey as a mosquito fisher in one of the most remote and indigenous areas of Honduras. The fishers we work with will spend half of their year fishing for snook and tarpon in the coastal lagoons of La Mosquitia. But around November, they will switch to fish for sharks with gill nets. Some will go as far as 90 kilometers offshore to this beautiful keys known as the Mosquito Keys for more profitable captures. This to supply a demand for a salted dried product known as cecina, which is traditionally eaten in Holy Week or Easter. And people always find it a little bit odd that Easter smells to me like dead shark. But life for the fishers we know changed drastically in 2011 when Honduras became a shark sanctuary. This means that sharks are prohibited to be caught and eaten in both coasts. Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. So imagine basically you come up to work one day and people tell you that your work is illegal and you need to figure out something else to do in one of the most remote and inaccessible areas in Honduras. In 2016, incidental captures were allowed to be commercialized. However, incidental captures are very poorly defined in the legislation, and this has caused a lot of confusion. As a result, fishers continue to be criminalized for something that they had always done. You might think this is a drug seizure, but this is actually a shark seizure. And in those bags are actually shark fillets that have been dried. So this is when Ilili, my organization, which Ilili actually means shark in Mosquito language, came to existence. And we've been asking ourselves a simple but very difficult question. How do you go from a paper sanctuary to one that actually makes sense? So the first step is to understand trade dynamics, routes, and stakeholder perceptions. We really need to understand who's fishing, why they're fishing, where they're fishing, and how do they feel about the legislations. This can help us better design conservation strategies. The next step is, of course, working with fishers and communities. to develop a shared understanding of the species that we want to protect to improve monitoring and compliance. Because compliance actually doesn't work with fear, it works with trust and ownership. The next step is to bring all this evidence and information to communities and authorities to develop better proposals and amendments. And of course, this needs to be followed by local and national outreach. People need to be aware of these legislations in order for them to work. If we do all this, we would expect a reduction in fishing pressure, and we would then expect fewer sharks to be caught and an increase in shark populations. This all sounds very simple in practice, but I can tell you it's not. And so we haven't seen this whole theory of change realized, but I will share with you what we've done in the last 3 years in Honduras. And if you want to see this theory of change realized in another place like Belize, I highly recommend that you watch Damien Chapman's presentation on May 8th. So to understand trade dynamics, routes, and stakeholder perceptions, we did a mixed method approach using market surveys, interviews with intermediaries, focus groups, and fisher surveys both in the Atlantic and Pacific coast of Honduras. And what we've learned through this work is that there are 2 seasonal fisheries in Honduras, one reef fishery operating from the northern and southern Mosquito Keys, where sharks are landed and processed in the Keys, and then they move to land to some of the communities in La Mosquitia, and then they'll move by water and land to some of the main hubs in Honduras. We've also learned that there's a coastal fishery operating from the mainland of Honduras, which you can see in these little black dots. And these are symbolic. There are more communities fishing for sharks than these 4 dots that you see there. And products are then moved by land to the main hubs. And we've interviewed a lot of the buyers and sellers, and we know that 76% of them are getting their products from La Mosquitia. So it makes sense that we're working there. We also know that there are some buyers of fins that are also in La Mosquitia, so fins are also moving outside of Honduras. You can see this in these orange lines. And so fins are moving to Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua as well. There is a small ray fishery in the Pacific side. I will not be going into detail, but you can go see Alpha Sevilla's poster tonight. She's right here in the front. And from those 243 surveys, 173 are from the North Coast where shark fishing actually happens. And we asked fishers, are they aware of any shark fishing restrictions? To which 51% of them said they were aware. We dove a little bit deeper and found out that only 38 of them actually are familiar with the shark fishing legislation. What this means is that 14 years after the legislation was implemented, only 1 in 5 fishers are aware of it. So that's a major side-eye right there. We then asked fishers, is this fair? And the vast majority said it's unfair and very fair. We then dove a little bit deeper and asked, is this beneficial? To which the majority feel it's slightly beneficial to neutral. So what this is telling us is that not only is this legislation very unfair, but there are no clear benefits to it. So it's evident that this legislation was done in a top-down approach that didn't involve communities or fishers. So in response to that, we've ensured to include them in every step of the way. Before we go to communities, we do a free prior and informed consent activity to ensure transparency. We're also co-designing and co-producing science with fishers. This bottom image over there is a participatory mapping exercise where fishers are sharing with us where to find these important shark and ray areas. We've also engaged with shark fishers to understand this fishery better. And I know some people might say these are just simple landings, but if you dive deeper, they actually reflect trust, because every time we're out there, we're actually documenting illegal fishing. And we've been able to follow a community for 3 seasons, which is about 3 years. And our team is small but mighty, so we cannot land every shark that comes, so this is an opportunistic landing. But we've landed 1,594 sharks, to which the vast majority are sharp-nosed sharks, followed by scallop hammerheads, black-nosed, and great hammerheads. And I just want to draw your attention to the scallop hammerheads. The dashed line in red is the mean, and if you look at these total length distributions, you'll see that they're fairly small. For scallop hammerheads, we're talking about young of the year, and for great hammerheads, we're talking about juveniles. These guys are a little bit over a meter. So what this is showing us is that this area might be a critical nursery site for both species of hammerheads. And so we're now engaging with fishers through an incentive-based approach where they're actually getting paid to do all of our field work, so we don't have to do anything there. Thank you. And we're now taking all this information back to the communities, but also the government. And I think that the most important thing that we've done is reactivating the National Shark Working Group. This is an interinstitutional committee of academia, non-for-profits, and the government, and we've been tasked to revise this 2016 amendment. And for the first time ever, the Fisheries Department actually came to the Mosquitia territory to meet with 45 shark fishers and listen to what they have to say and what they're ready to comply with. And I'm happy to report that we're in the final draft, and this draft will include very clear spatial restrictions, a definition of what incidental captures really is, a route of how fishers can actually commercialize these incidental captures, and the most important thing is that it's going to have fair sanctions for fishers that do not criminalize them. Unfortunately, there's also bad news. We didn't get to the finish line on time, and we had elections in Honduras, which means that we have another political party in power, and we're going to have to do a lot of our advocacy work, but we're not starting from zero. And I want to leave you with two messages. And the first one, I think it's been a common thread in this session, and it's that conservation really is about people. And when we're designing these conservation strategies, they need to be equitable and fair, and they need to make sense for people. And the last thing I want to leave you with is that I don't want you guys saying that I'm saying shark sanctuaries are bad. They're great tools. However, they're not cookie cutters. They don't work everywhere, and they also need to be adapted to the local realities. I want to say that I'm not doing this work alone. I have an amazing team on the ground that's leading this work together. I have fishers and the fisheries department. I also want to thank my advisors for letting me engage in this massive side project, as this is not part of my dissertation. And thank you all so much. If you guys want to follow ILILI, you can do that at ilili.org or our different social media platforms. I want to thank every funder that made this possible, especially the Marine Conservation Action Fund, for getting me here. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Gabby. Always fun to have a little side quest on top of your PhD. Gabby is going to be joining us on the panel at the end, so I'm going to invite the next speaker up onto the stage, which is Anniera.
So thank you everyone for this opportunity on presenting our work. So I'm Anniera. I'm a marine conservation officer from WWF Malaysia, and I've been working closely with the local community in from pilot to practice and implementing safe release of sharks and ray. Thank you. Sharks and ray in Tun Mustapha Park in Malaysia. Now, Tun Mustapha Park is the second largest protected marine area in Malaysia with 50 islands and 85 population, whereby this 85 population depends heavily on the marine resources. And it have a very high marine biodiversity, such as the coral reef, the turtles, and also the sharks and ray, making it is an important area for ASRA. And also, bycatch for sharks and ray is a big issue, and it is unmonitored. So this is the first monitoring program for bycatch for small-scale fishery. And some of the fishers depend highly on sharks and ray for food consumption and also local traditional cuisine, like what you see in the pictures. And how do we work with the local community is that this is the chronological timeline. On 2022, we did a survey to assess a bycatch. What is the impact of bycatch and what is the mitigation that can be accepted by the local communities? And in 2023 to 2024, we engaged with the local stakeholder and also our local community to strengthen our trust as well, and also to gain input on what they think that might work for bycatch mitigation in small-scale fisheries. And in 2025, we did a pilot with 2 villages, and this is a voluntary pilot bycatch program where they are not paid. They voluntarily release the juvenile sharks and ray into the sea. However, we have an incentive to promote voluntary life release. This is something that they requested from us. Number one is the safety equipment, it is important for their safety during fishing and also during the releasing protocols. Number two is the social recognition, to make them feel appreciated, and also as an example to other village, to increase buy-ins for bycatch program in other village. And then knowledge and consistent engagement to build our trust, and also to give them a power to make decision making in this project. Then we also give them assurance for any loss or damages to their fishing equipment. So far, there are no reports of loss or any damages on their fishing equipments during this project. And who are in this project, in this program? Number one is the fisher. They do the business as usual. They go to the sea, they do their fishing activity, they caught a sharks and ray, they release and take videos for incentive recognition part, and also as an evidence that they released the sharks and ray. And also we have the local enumerator to measure and collect and also document the data for us. So they will stay on land and they will wait for the fisher to come and also get the data from us. Get the data from the fisher for us. And then together we do a validation on the data that they get, and also to discuss what is the challenges and how do we improve this pilot for the next implementation. Of course, there is a challenges in this pilot. There is a gap. The first gap is that data inconsistency. Some of the fisher come from a different background, so they use different method of measurement. So when we compile the data, the data is not consistent. Second is the tool barriers. When we provide equipment for live release, some of the tools are not suitable for the pilot. And then optimized monitoring tool. We need monitoring tools that we can monitor from a long distance, because from our base to the site project, it requires a lot of resources such as time and also financials. And literacy barrier. There are some fishers coming from different background, and they have challenges when it comes to collecting and documenting data for us. And also standardizing measurements, which lead to data inconsistency. So it is a major challenges in this pilot. Next is, the question is, how do we make data collection faster and more accurate for fishers? Before, we use a tape measurement, but it is not feasible for them. So we change it to standardized pole or ruler that we standardize using a different tape, and then all they need to do is take pictures and then send it to the local enumerator. They don't have to collect the data, they only take pictures. So it is safe, it is faster, and it is efficient for fishers on the sea, and it's safer for them. For the monitoring part, before we use datasheet in the pilot. However, it is not feasible because it is easily torn or lost in the sea. Or maybe there's a lot of data and the paper is not enough for them. So we changed to a mobile apps, which is a Survey 123. And most of the enumerator has been trained in other projects, so they know how to use this. Survey 123 is a very good tool because it allows you to put guidelines of what type of sharks they usually caught, and also the guideline on how to differentiate between babies, the juveniles, and also the large one. So it is such a very good tool for our enumerator and also fishers. And then this is the data that we get. On the past 2024 is the pilot, and the current one is the present on the 2026. If you all see that there are different categorization, there are diversification of what they caught live and dead in the present compared to the past. However, the present only showed from the data from one villages compared to the past, which is 2 villages. And this is categorized by different species group. You got your carpet shark, which is the brown banded or coral cat shark, and also small stingray, rhinorays, large ray, and raccoon sharks. And this is the data that they collected for us. And also the catch outcome. In the past, we released about 85% of sharks and ray alive in the present, we release about 57 sharks and ray alive. But this is because in the past, it is 2 villages. In the present, it is 1 villages only. And if you see, if I may highlight, if you see, in the past, there are 4 categories, but where sometimes it is caught alive, but they retain it for some reason. But in the present, if they're caught alive, they release it 100%. But if it's dead, they're gonna be retained it. And this is one of the rarest of sharks and ray that we caught during the self-release in the present, which is our juveniles, eagle ray, and also our giant guitarfish, and also our cocktail stingrays. And this is a video given by us, by the fishes. And of course, lesson learned from this activity that it is actually important for us to build trust with our fishes, to encourage voluntary program, and also local community stewards, where you give them empowerment to do this community-led initiative. And inclusivity, we include them in all our decision making from the start until the end of the project. And smart tools, whereby simplicity encourage compliance. And as an update for this program, it is an ongoing bycatch program until this year, and also will be monitored yearly on basis, and will be included by 2 villages, 14 fishers and 3 enumerator, and will be undergoing a scaling up initiative where we will include more fishers and more villages into this bycatch program. And of course, this will not be work out without our fishers, which is our fishers and also our local stakeholders, and also the WWF and also shark conservation funds. If you have any question, you may find me. I'll be around.
Thank you so much. Brilliant. Yeah, great. I think we'll move on to the next speaker now. Thank you very much. So I'm excited to invite Fiki up on the stage. Hi, Fiki, how you doing?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's imagine when endangered critically species still being caught, being landed, and being traded every single day, and without proper collected data. And this is the reality of wedgefish and also giant guitarfish in Indonesia. My name is Fiki Dayati from Rekam Nusantara, and today I want to share with you all how we are working with the fishers as the part of the solution. Here, there are some species that we focus on this study, wedgefish from Rhinoray species and also giant guitarfish with Gluscotegus species. And our problem is we don't have any enough data about this species, and we lack of information about this species in the field. So our question is, when the scientists cannot appear every time in the sea, in the field, or in the ocean, so who is the key actor who knows directly how the species and also how the ecosystem in the field? And the answer is, of course, fishers. The fishers are first responders because she spend most of their time in the field, in the sea, so they can see directly how the species and also how the ecosystem happen. And I think that conservation cannot be success without them. Yeah. Why this matter? Because Gluscotegus and also Rhinoray is the most critically endangered species, and Indonesia is one of the largest exporter and also producer. So it gives us big pressure about this species, and also we need data-driven conservation, so we can make a good regulation about this species, and also we can make a good conservation design. Yes, we still face any key problem in these species like overfishing pressure and low productive rates, and also habitat degradation of these species, and the fisheries data is still limited. Yeah, our research is focused in one of the regency in Indonesia. It's called Rembang Regency. So it's located in Central Java province. Central Java province is one province in Indonesia, and it have about 10 fishing ports. And it be a high landing volume of wedge fish and also giant guitar fish here. And the fisheries activities in here is quite crowded with industrial scale vessels above 30 gross ton. And our approach of this program is we based on community science initiative. We directly engage the fishers and we train them to be our conservation partner, and we usually call them with our champion. And our progress from November 2025 until 2026 present, we've trained at least 18 vessel captain from above 30 gross ton, and we provide them with a very simple identification tool, and we also train them to collecting data and also make documentation about the releasing juveniles. Here, the simple tool that I mentioned before. So it like a guidance to identification wedge fish and also giant guitar fish that we provide to them. And then it's including wedge fish and also giant guitar fish way to identification. And also for the location, the fishers can mark where they are catch these species. And then the next is there are a simple form, like a simple log sheet, where the fishers can easily give the basic information about ID trip, about how much it catch, and the size, number, and also whether the wedge fish or giant guitar fish is released or not. And I think, so overall, this idea is just to make sure that they can easily provide them, the fishers, and also they can easily participate. And this method can be applied in many different places, I think. And the implementation of our program is the first one. The fishers are our champion. They have to collect the data about the catch of Rhinobatus and also Gluscotegus species. And the second is they have to make a documentation like this. Whenever they catch the juvenile of the Rhinobatus species and also Gluscotegus species, they have to make a video like this and then send to our team. There are some several videos that collected by our fishers or our champion. And this field document is collected by the champion. It's demonstrated our program that it's implemented in the field directly with real participation for the fishers. And I think this documentation is very essential for us because we can easily monitoring from this video, and it can be validation a tool, and it also can be how we can know how much our program is impact. Yeah, we saw a good impact of this program, like increase of fisher awareness. At least 134 specimens has recorded by the fishers or our champion. And based on the pie chart, we can know that most of them is a wedge fish. And the size of the catch of this species is about 100 until 250 centimeters long. It's shown that the most of their catch of the species is in categories adult individuals. And this is the most important thing that we highlight in this study. From about 321 total a sample that catch by the fishers or the champion. 187 juveniles of wedgefish and also giant guitarfish successfully released back to the ocean, with the size of release about 30 until 70 centimeters long. And based on the pie chart, the most and the majority of the category of the species is wedgefish. We still face many challenges of these programs, like species misidentification between the fishers, and we still need to increase our fishers' interest, and we still need to continuous mentoring so that the program can be sustained. And our impact is to see the behavior change among the fishers, and we have better data availability, and also we can strengthen conservation effort. This is the lesson learned from this program or study. So community engagement is critical. The second is simple tools, improve participation, and also long-term support is necessary due to this effort sustainability. And our conclusion, that community science enhances conservation impact. Fishers can become conservation partner, and community science is scalable and it can be applicable to global fisheries. And last, I want to say that by working together, we can create more sustainable marine ecosystem. I think that's all for me, and thanks.
Thank you, Fiki. Another great example of engaging with fishers. So I'm amazed everybody's been so good at keeping to time. I think I was the worst one at keeping to time. I'm now excited to invite Priyanka up to the stage. Oh, hi.
So hi and good afternoon. So I hope everybody's awake and listening. Hi. I'd like to begin with a quote by Rachel Carson, a marine biologist who really inspired me. The human race is challenged more than ever before to demonstrate our mastery, not over nature, but over ourselves. And nowhere is this more evident than in how we choose to conserve sharks. I'd like to build on that with a simple but powerful idea. Shark conservation will not succeed unless it belongs to the people who live with the ocean every single day. In a country like India, with only over 11,000 kilometers of coastline and fishing villages every few kilometers, it isn't just a theory, it is a necessity. Because here, conservation is not separate from survival. It is deeply and intricately linked to livelihoods, food security, and their very identity. Hi, I'm Priyanka from Zoo Outreach Organization. I run the One Ocean program, and I'm currently working with my team and communities in southern Indian coastline, where we have exclusive shark hunters. Perfect. I'm also a tech dinosaur. India supports the livelihoods and nutrition of over 200 million people directly and millions more indirectly. With this growing population and its never-ending needs, we face multiple overlapping challenges. Complex multi-gear fisheries with intricate livelihood dependencies, regulations that often are poorly implemented, and increasing pressures from climate change and habitat loss. All of this is compounding and causing declining shark and ray population. Suffice to say, life is quite interesting if you want to conserve sharks in India. So I welcome you. But dark humor apart, on understanding that we are facing a multi-pronged problem, our real question is, how do we conserve sharks in a system where people cannot afford to stop fishing? To answer this question, first thing we did was look at a stakeholder map and understand who are these people and who else is there in the big picture. Each of the stakeholder group has been further divided in our study into many categories based on their relationship with shark and the ocean. And my presentation is not going to have too many graphs, and I invite you to come and talk to me later about it. But we did all this, and we realized the key stakeholder is the fishing community. So what did we do? We did something I always ask my husband to do. Any guesses? No, not what you're thinking. I asked him to listen. So we listened. We listened to the communities. We visited the landing center. We spoke to the fishers. We engaged deeply with them. We used both perception and knowledge surveys through focus group discussions and semi-structured interviews. And once we had listened to all of these wonderful, fascinating people, we decided to call them together in a much smaller setting than this to have a facilitated workshop using the CPSG guidelines. And we created a safe space for a dialogue. And in this space, the fishers themselves identified the problem for ocean biodiversity conservation, including sharks. They mapped out the ocean stakeholders wonderfully, by the way. They included sharks as one of the stakeholders, went on to recognize the roles and actions of all of these stakeholders in working groups, and spoke points both for and against ocean health. The whole process was owned by fishing communities. In fact, during the workshop, one of the members, the youth member supporting our facilitation work, was from the community, and he's currently studying deep sea sharks in India. Of course, we had a lot of fun. We played Jenga and learned about trophic level fishing, how it's impacting the ocean. We understood cascades. We traded stories of change in catch size class, species diversities, problems such as algal blooms and garbage patches. We listened to mid-ocean rescues when gears and NGOs failed, spoke about shark ecology and their roles in the ecosystem. And as we kept talking and listening, something happened that we had not expected. The communities realized, you know what, we are part of the problem. We need to be part of the solution. And as they turned, they asked us, so what can we do? How do we solve this mess? And we said, you know what, that's a great question. What do you think you can do? Because I did not want to go there, we did not want to go there with a solution for them. And of course, a barrage of ideas flowed, discussions happened. And I'm sure as all of us have felt who are working with shark conservation and with communities, they also felt overwhelmed. And they asked us, what about all those in power and influence? What do we do about them? And I honestly told them, you know what, even I am not very sure. Let's figure that one out together too. So what I'm trying to say is that shark conservation, it's not easy. And what we are doing, it takes more than a village. It takes a whole bunch of communities to understand, and it needs citizens, and all of these things. Sorry. I was just thinking of some things that happened during the workshop. Anyway. So, but we can work together, and they realized this, and they agreed that, you know what, we are the first citizens, and I agreed that they are the first citizens because they care first and foremost about the ocean, more than any of us. So what emerged in the end was not just data and more studies. It was a shared understanding that conservation is necessary, and it must be collaborative. And we could sense a small feeling of ownership building in them. Thank you. That's us in one of our conversations. So where are we now? Surprise, surprise, we are trying to raise funds. We have all been there. But this time, we need to work towards community-owned and co-managed solutions because the communities are coming to us. And if we don't act now, it's not going to happen. I just want to share a small story. I'll try to be as brief as possible. During the workshop, we were talking about different ecologies of different species, and I was talking about octopuses and how they breed once in their life, and I was showing these open access National Geographic videos about octopus, laying eggs. And the female does not feed, and she actually dies in the end. And one of the fishermen slowly got up and he asked, so they breed only once and the female dies? I said, yes. And then they went on to ask a whole bunch of questions. Do octopuses have a brain, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then the discussion continued. And at the close of that particular day, that fisherman stood up and he said, I would like to sing a song. And all of his friends obviously were super into, and they were like, yeah, he sings really well. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, why not? And he made up a song right then and there about the octopus, about the ocean, and about the sharks. And that's the moment. And it was, yes, of course, a song is a very beautiful gesture and I feel super accepted about it. But they also decided that they were going to try and reduce juvenile fisheries. They're going to try and release octopus if they catch them, the young ones. So all of this also happened. What I'm saying is building co-managed solutions is not easy or simple, and definitely will not address all of the problems. I accept that. But it is a sustainable long-term solution to some of the problems. And it's time we recognize that we need this to conserve sharks. So what next? We are working towards building community-led conservation, community-led conservation planning at a regional level in southern India, guided by the Conservation Planning Specialist Group framework, to contribute to the National Plan of Action on Sharks. This is for long-term stewardship, locally driven decision-making, and conservation that aligns with livelihoods, because shared resource means shared responsibility. I'd like to leave you with this thought. We often talk about saving sharks, but perhaps the more important question is, can we create systems where we are willing to trust and share responsibility to save them? Because conservation, when it's owned by communities, becomes more than a project. It becomes a movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're at time, so yeah, that was brilliant.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to ASRA Launching Event in Shark International in Colombo today. Thank you for coming. Yeah, finally. So, for some of you that look at us on social media, we are ASRA Asian Shark and Rays Alliance. We are a shark and rays scientific society that operates in Asia. And today is our launching day. And I'm gonna tell you guys about our stories, how we came into fruition, and our mission and our values in the next couple of minutes. So yeah, let me begin. I'm gonna need to tell you some stories, start with myself. So yeah, the idea, it's begun in a few years back. So I'm sitting in here. It's my university. I currently a PhD student in UniSC Australia. So I spend a lot of time sitting on the grass alone between PhD stuff and just thinking, having a lunch, and contemplating my life choice. and then that's where the ASRA and our Asian scientific community came into fruition. I'm going to tell you how and why ASRA in the next few slides. So why sharks? As you already know, in this massive conference, there's a lot of reason why we need to save sharks and rays, and each of us have our drive. Like for me, for myself, of course, to save sharks and rays, to see them in healthy population and swimming with them, and so on. And other than that, I want the coastal community in Indonesia thrive too. they can have a good life and not catching sharks and like win-to-win solutions. So yeah, whatever your reason to save sharks, it's good, and I love it. And why ASRA? So when I'm sitting on the grass, of course, I'm thinking about why in my place. I come from Indonesia, of course, shark largest fishing country, why we don't have like scientific shark societies. Because in Australia, I enjoy the privilege of networking and lots of access to technology and expertise in sharks and rays. So I'm thinking, why not we have it in Indonesia? So I asked a few people. The very first guy is Dr. Andika, probably he's here. I asked him why we don't have one in Indonesia. So yeah, that's the idea, let's do it, okay. Then I come and I ask like, Fiki, are you here, Fiki? So yeah, I asked him, why don't we do this? Okay, so he said that, why don't we do it in Southeast Asia? Okay, let's do it. And then like the universe like give me an answer. So Andy invited me to a workshops in Singapore with some like-minded people, the shark and race community in Southeast Asia. I tried to throw the idea. Of course, I was nervous. It's a new thing. No one started before. Of course, everything new is make you nervous, right? But yeah, I throw it the idea. And I think a lot of people like it and have the same feeling. And then it's end up, why not Asia? Okay. It's escalated really quickly. From Indonesia to Southeast Asia and then to Asia. Okay, why not? So, why ASRA? Now we're getting technical and structured. So, why ASRA? Because Asia is global priority region, as we already know. And we have privilege today to hold Shark International in Asia. Of course, really good time for ASRA launching. Asia is critical for shark and ray conservation because it's extraordinary biodiversity and role in supporting migratory populations. But it has a significant challenge. The region faces issues like overfishing, habitat degradation, and limited resource for research and conservation effort. And the third one is the social, economic, and cultural drivers. It's deeply embedded in social, economic aspect and cultural practice that drive the shark and race exploitation in Asia. So this is quite important too about the scientists that working in in Asia. Like the lack of existing regional support, like any other regions, Asia lacks a regional society to address its unique challenge in shark and research and conservation. And the last one is the barriers hindering progress. Like we researchers in Asia is very familiar with challenge that like funding shortage, limited access to research and tools, and communication barriers, of course, and then stark economic disparity across countries. And before I'm going forward, I just want to ask the audience like 4 simple questions. Like, please raise your hand if you feel at some point in your career you have a generational familial financial difficulties. Okay. I mean, we can get vulnerable here, so yeah. I mean, like Asian parents usually thought, oh, you can show weakness. Don't be vulnerable, but today it's a safe place, right? And number 2, please raise your hand if at any point of your career you feel that your social background hindering you from achieving your goals as a shark scientist. Thank you. And the third one is, do you feel at some point in your career your language barrier is hindering you from chasing your career in shark conservation? Don't be shy, okay? And the last one is, do you feel like at some point in your life your nationalities or passport hindering you for traveling across the world? So for people that raise their hands 3 or 4 times, after this, please give them a warm hug, warm, long hug, right? Because, I mean, they kick all the barriers in life to be sitting next to you today. So give them a warm hug after this, okay? And then, vision and values. Okay, the vision is really, I like it. So we envision a future where shark and rays across Asia are sustainably managed, responsibly used, and effectively protected in ways that are respectful of the custom, cultures, and livelihood of Asian people. So some people might have different ideas about this sentence, like responsibly used, but as any Asian researcher, they might give you some really good context about how we see shark and rays in our respective places. So yeah, the values, I really like it too. Scientific excellence, of course, because we are scientific societies. And then we are grounded in evidence, mindful of people and place, because Asia is really diverse in culture. And then we act with integrity, fairness, and transparency. Also engage with courage and respect. We try to be as collaborative as possible, as inclusive as possible, and have a sense of environmental stewardship. This is some objective. First is one, of course, enhance the accessibility of resource and build regional capacity, like a couple of workshops in Southeast Asia to target early career scientists, foster collaboration, promote research and dissemination, advance the educational and of research, and of course we want to facilitate policy and advocacy. We want to be loud and clear, but based in science. So I think this is not my slide, so because yeah, you know, this is Andrew's slide, so.
All right, thank you, Ischan. Ischan came up with this idea, and I think he's done a great job of bringing a group of like-minded people together to make this happen. So, you know, sitting next to Ischan is Dr. Maiza. She's the vice president. I'm sharing the vice president role. And if you see these wonderful shirts, these are the wonderful people who have brought ASRA into what we're launching today, which we think is going to be something pretty special. Everything starts from somewhere. Every journey starts from somewhere. That little kid is me. That's me when I was, I don't know, young, growing up in Singapore with my family. There's my brother, sisters, my neighbor Kenny. We used to have fights with dog poo in the garden. This is me growing up as a kid in Singapore. Now, if you've been to Singapore, where are the sharks and rays? I mean, yes, they're in the market, but if you want to see the animal, where is it? It's not, we're not able to connect with wildlife easily. But somehow, I was, as a kid, in the drains, what we call the longkang, and I was catching eels and catfish and fish and being scolded by my mom because I kept coming home with stuff that she would make me take back because you can't keep eels in the bathtub. Your mom doesn't like that. But that was always me. And then when I was older, I went to pull out Tioman. This is what Tioman used to look like before mass tourism. There was no electricity. You had to get there by a fishing boat. I saw my first living reef. I saw my first reef shark. I got my first case of hypothermia because I was in the water so much that I caught hypothermia in the tropics, okay? But I saw my first black-tip reef shark, and I was like, okay, that's it, done. Sorry, Dad, I'm not going into finance or banking. I'm going into this, all right? So why ASRA? I don't know how many, several decades on, here we are talking about ASRA. So as Ischan said, Asia still holds these amazing species, but with the biggest conservation challenges. It's the world's biggest fishery. There's massive consumption, there's low environmental literacy. This is our place. This is where the work needs to be done. So I think that it's really timely and compelling that ASRA is doing this. For myself, the geography is great. So JCU has a campus in Singapore, which I just realized I've spelt wrong. Sorry, Lee Kuan Yew. My family is still in Singapore. I'm living in the Philippines. We've got projects all throughout Asia. So for me, Asia is, it's the calling. It's where I am. And I'm really excited to see all the emerging young scientists in Asia coming up, folks like Ischan and all the students that we've seen talks from. It's exciting. And I think there's an energy when you talk to the youth and early career researchers in Asia. They're willing to try stuff. I think we need to try stuff because we've got big challenges. I also think that there's a real, this youthfulness and this energy, there's a real openness, especially in the emerging shark research and conservation professionals, to be collaborative, to work together as a community. For me personally, it's an opportunity for me to serve. I'm not young anymore. It's a way for me to give back and to use some of my experience to help in this endeavor. And, you know, for me, Asia is home. So it's a really meaningful thing for me to be involved with you guys. I don't want to get negative, but we need to face reality that time is running out, okay? We have gone beyond, actually this is old paper now, we've gone beyond 7 of the Earth's 9 planetary boundaries. Those are the boundaries of conditions that are set that make life habitable in the Holocene. We are beyond 7, and we are getting close to going beyond the other 2. This is the reality of where we are today. Reversing biodiversity loss by 2030 is just not going to happen. Talk about sharks. Here are all the papers that we all cite. We all do this in our research proposals and the introductions of the papers. I mean, put your hand up if you cited Dolby et al. 2017, right? We know sharks are not doing well. Migratory sharks aren't doing well. There's ecological erosion, expanding extinction risk, and then, yep, we're getting some great stuff. CITES is, you know, species listed on CITES. We still have compliance problems. Yes, we are coming up with conservation solutions, but the on-ground effect is not there yet. We have a look at Naomi's paper. Naomi's in the room. There she is. Thank you. If we look at Asia, Southeast Asia, it's not great. 72% of sharks and rays are declining in our patch, on our watch. This is us. This is happening today here. For the animals that we love, for the animals that we choose to work on for sketchy working conditions and minimum wage. This is why we're here, and these animals are not doing well. And one of the things that I find really troubling is that I don't think our profession is doing well. I hope that things can change with the emerging cohorts we see in Asia, but I've been in this game for coming on 30 years, and I don't think we're doing well. This is a really interesting paper. I didn't dig this up. It's called the Gollum effect. And put your hand up if you've seen Lord of the Rings. Yep, so we know who Gollum is. And what's this got to do with science? It looks like this. Squalus megalops. It's mine precious, you can't touch it. You can't get funding to work on that species. You can't come to my area to work. This is the Gollum effect. Now we say, this paper talks about how supervisors are basically exploiting their students and blocking them from advancement and resources because they are resource guarding. It's my precious, my species, my paper, my topic. You can't touch it. If our mission, if why we are here is to turn this number back, that is not good enough. Okay? We do not have the time anymore to block access to resources and opportunities for other people. We do not have the time to get on social media and drag people that we don't like through the mud. We do not have time to withhold information or withhold opportunities for people to be at the table when it's their voice we need to hear from. We do not have time to undermine each other by writing to funders or writing to government agencies about you should see what this guy did. If these people are doing good research that can help turn this number around, we do not have time for this behavior anymore. We do not. Sorry, I know I'm getting... This irritates me, and it makes me deeply sad. Because as a kid growing up in Singapore, we're losing these animals. And we are playing around with our games because of ego or pride or fear of sharing resources. And the stuff we're supposed to be doing, we're losing. We are losing this war. It's not good enough. So that's why if you signed up, you've got one of these things. One of ASRA's founding principles is no more gatekeeping. We share shark science. If there is someone that needs to be in a conversation about a policy change or something like that, they need to be there. I don't care if you like them or not. Your personal feeling is not bigger than the cause we are all fighting for. Now, we are all humans. I'm not saying that you have to work with people you don't like. Not everyone shares the way of working, not everyone shares our values. That's fine. You don't have to work with people you don't like, but you do not get to undermine their work. If they are working to turn this number around, you do not get to undermine their work. So this was not my idea. I can't even remember where this thing came from, but it is something that has come up again and again when we've gone out to the community and asked for input about what ASRA should be, what you want from a society. This concept of removing barriers to access, more collaboration, is something that's come up. I can't even remember who made the pins. Who made the pins? Mina, was it you? Right, fantastic. This is why you've got these pins. So, moving forward, what does this mean? Chance talked about our 8 values. 2 of the values are encapsulated in this concept of no more gatekeeping. We are collaborative and we are inclusive, okay? If you look at our value statement, it basically says, we don't care where you are, who you are, where you come from. If you have 3 eyes, green hair, and a head like a pumpkin, we don't care. If you are doing good work to help reverse this number, you have a seat at our table, all right? And that's one of the things that we want to really embody in this as a foundational element of why we exist. How do we do this? Well, we have to set a culture of inclusion and collaboration and lots of activities, like regular virtual meetups, webinars, and online workshops. And this is where I'll hand the mic back to Ischan to tell you about what the future has in store for us.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. So yeah, in the future, what ASRA will do, of course, we have a set of activities, for example, like a regular field zone meeting, webinars, and online workshops. Also, we're planning about the annual reports and newsletter. Of course, we have already ongoing social media and comms platform. And this is a bit important, like this, funding via student award and research travel grant. Like, for example, like some student from Indonesia, like myself, when I start like my tuition fee about like $100 like for 6 months, like, and it's still like huge for us, for our families. So like a few $1,000s for a student in like, for example, in Indonesia can change their life completely. So we're planning to do this a lot for some of the brightest students in Asia. And then facilitate resource and technology sharing, of course, connecting people to resource, because as you know, advanced technology in science is expensive. And then maintain presence and offer our support for other localized events. And of course, advocacy, and our big goals is the conference. To do that, we have initial support, thank you very much, to Synchronicity Earth and Save Our Sea Foundation for really generous support for our establishment, and also help from some of our friends, Fauzi. He cannot come today, but thanks to him to help us. And this is the timeline of ASRA. We start from Singapore 2 years ago, the task force establishment, and then in some point you probably have the interest survey, and seed grant secured. We already go through a registration process, and we're still waiting for the official documents to start like small registered charity in Indonesia. And of course, today is launching in Sri Lanka. So this is a very important slide. This is our team that make this happen. Yeah, I already talk about myself a lot, and Maiza will introduce herself probably for a minute, yeah, after this. And then Andrew already introduced himself. And then the next is, if you see our website, it's really cool. It's made by Titus. Please stand up. And our shirt, of course. None other than it's Titus Baby. And then the next, Mina, where are you? There, on the background. Yeah, so don't let her fool you. She's a machine. Like, she's a maverick. She takes notes of everything. She reminds us about our homework every few weeks. So, Mina, we cannot do this without you, of course. And then next is Keisha. Where are you, Keisha? Okay, Keisha is responsible for one of the hardest jobs in any organization, a treasurer. We talked and discussed that for the good cause, we need to be strong in foundation, especially in administration and finance. So Keisha will have a really tough job going on. And then if you see our Instagram, Zainab, where are you? That's Zainab. Really fancy Instagram. Yeah, I'm in a few weeks of my submission of my PhD, and I uninstalled all my social media, and I just installed it 2 days ago, and I saw like, ooh, ASRA Instagram, really, really good. And then next, our focal points in Indonesia that help us with the establishment. We have two of them here, Dr. Andika and Aga, please stand up. Where are you guys? Woo! Yeah, we gotta have a lot of things together, so moving forward, I'm gonna annoy you some bits, okay? And then, yeah, this is what next. I think Maiza will let you know about what we're doing next.
Thank you, Iksan. It's okay. Yeah. Well, basically, these two guys forced me to do this. I wasn't supposed to be here, but it's okay. I'm glad and honored, basically, to be part of the team. Again, my name is Maiza. I'm from Malaysia. I'm from a small city, Terengganu. And my only reason I joined this team is basically because whatever Iksan mentioned, whatever Andrew mentioned, that is the reality as being an Asian. I don't want to be racist here today. I even have a student, American. Hi, Nicholas. But the reality really hurts very badly. I just want to take a quick moment to share a real story about how I started my research in shark, okay, shark research. I've been doing shark and race research in general, you know, monitoring and so on. But one day, my Abang Besar, my big boy, Nicholas, he wanted to do something really ambitious for an Asian, you know, country. So we wanted to start, you know, acoustic monitoring. For some of the other people in the Western, for example, countries, this is common research. And then the resources are abundant for most of them. But for us, we don't know where to start at that time. So I myself and my students basically searching out of the Google to find who is the nearest researcher out of Malaysia who can support us. We Google, of course, Andrews came out first, but he's too far in Australia. So we reached out to James Cook University in Singapore, our friend, Neil, and then that's when it happened. And then Nicholas is in his final year writing his thesis, completing his research, and did a very good job, you know, with that research that when in the beginning, we don't know where to even start, okay? And he even published the paper already. So, and then when I get into the team, and then they ask about, do you want to help us, establish this society? I said, why not? I've already get benefit out of this, even before the ASRA established officially. So you can see the plan here, 1 year plan, 2 year plan, or 5 years plan. We can plan everything if we are together in one society. But if, like Andrew said, everyone is working, individually, and we never collaborate, especially within countries in the Asia, this is not going to ever happen. So, of course, we will share this information further in our website, but I think once we open up for membership, there's so many things we can do together, especially what I've personally gained by having this networking within Asia. The sharing of resources, equipment, skills, knowledge, even statistical analysis, modeling. Vinay helped us a lot, okay, with the modeling. So these are the things. It sounds, I feel like silly by saying saying this thing, but these are the reality of Asian countries and Asian postgraduate students and even Asian university researchers or academics. So I think that's all from me. Iksan, thank you.
And of course, coming soon, the membership is still dealing with some paperwork in Indonesia. We will let you know via our mailing list, and we cannot wait for you to join us. And then, benefit of being with ASRA member, and you can see here, and it will be on the website soon. But I think with our limited time, I need to speed up a bit. And time for games. So while Keisha preparing for Kahoot, we will open for some question and discussion, and this Kahoot will have a prize of this fancy shark T-shirt. So yeah. Oh, we don't have time for question. Okay.
Straight to the fun part. All right, so can I have a show of hands of everyone who's played Kahoot before? Yeah, nice. Okay, for anyone who hasn't, it is an online trivia. That means that you will need Wi-Fi. I know the Wi-Fi is a little bit dodgy, so I definitely recommend using your hotspot. Now, based on our tagline, no gatekeeping, please, for those who have a hotspot, share it with a friend next to you. You never know where that connection might lead you. All right, so for this Kahoot, we have 8 questions. And the questions and answers are going to be displayed on the screen over here, so make sure you have a good look at them. And for each of the questions, you will have 30 seconds to submit your answer. So the points for this is based on 1, answering the questions correctly, and 2, answering them the quickest. So if you answer right and you answer fast, you get the best points. And the winner of this trivia will get one of these shirts. Woohoo! All right, hopefully that will work in 2 seconds.
Also, just letting you know that these shirts are not like just go down the shop and buy one. These were specifically designed by a local artist in Palawan, Philippines. They've been handmade and hand-printed. So each one is an individual one. So if you get one, that's flex stuff for every Shark conference, because there's no more.
Good shout.
If anyone has any questions,
Internet problem.
if anyone has any questions about ASRA going on, please feel free to direct them to El Presidente.
So thanks, Andrew. Before question, very thankful to everyone that this didn't just sprout it from JCU Singapore, but also from Geylang Road. So context-wise, it's really awesome. I think the last slide really hit the fact that in 5 years, you guys are expecting to have our own conference. So a hope from me is that personally, I would still be able to attend as someone who's still working in the shark conservation field, but also a question regarding to the policy and advocacy. Would ASRA have something like a position statement? And how would ASRA position themselves in terms of any management in any countries in Asia in terms of, because it involves politics and everything. And Isan said that it's more like a scientific community, or could it be something more than that?
Okay, thank you, Fiki. I hope you're not going to give up on being a shark scientist. Thank you. Yeah, it's a big idea start on weird place like Geylang Road, we having a street food. But the next question is our advocacy and our positions. Of course, as objective as possible as a scientist, despite all the political in everywhere, in every country. We try to provide evidence-based statement. And for scientific society, I think it's quite strong enough. Of course, we don't have like low background and everything, but I think a statement from a bunch of scientists in Asia will be strong enough to drive some force. Thank you. And we always have hope to do more as the scientific societies. Yeah. How is it, Fiki? Thank you. The Kahoot ready? People want shirts.
One more question. Hi. One more question.
Okay.
I'm Irshad from Malaysia.
Yes.
I want to ask regarding some institutions, they might not have the appropriate equipment to conduct their studies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that the link, the affiliations with ASRA would be able to facilitate the use of equipment between different institutions, especially even if you get access to those equipment, right? Mm-hmm. You would surely get charged by those different institutions. So is there a way that you think in the future that ASRA members could get easier access to these equipment?
Okay, first of all, thank you for your question. That's the goal. And I think we need to make a system on how we can share equipments together. I think Maiza and Andrew will add after me. But collaboration in Southeast Asia is, for my experience, it's quite strong now. We had a lot of research consortium, for example, research by Dr. Hollie Booth. Are you here? No, but a lot of scientists here from different organization works and some projects that have a multiple organization that we share some equipments, expertise, and many things else. Like also BRAFs, we supported by FinPrints, Deakin universities. We have some consortium of BRAFs equipments, like cameras, to be used of us. But we need to make a system ourselves. Like EPI and myself, I'm running an NGO too. We share some equipments to do some projects together. So it's possible, it's already happening. So it depends on how us to make a system between institutions. Anything to add, Andrew or Maiza?
Yeah, I think I've just shared, we're running out of time, but it's even before ASRA is established formally. I think the main goal is basically this is a platform to get to know each other, because you cannot just write an email to a person who doesn't know you and then ask, can you lend me some equipment? No, it doesn't happen. It's just gonna happen when that person knows you, and then, we engage, and from there, more good things can happen. Yeah, extend.
Okay, thank you. I think the Kahoot's ready. I'm going back to Kisha.
All right, are you ready to have some fun? Let's get started then. Yeah. All right, awesome. Everyone's got their game face on. Let's go. All right. The first question is, how many main ASRAs have been identified within the Asian region, according to the 2024 report? Is it red triangle, 151, blue diamond, 96, yellow circle, 122, or green square, 77? You have 3 more seconds. Lock in your answers. And the answer is 122 ASRAs. Let's see our scoreboard. Woo! Oh, sounding like a winner over there. All right, approximately what percentage of sharks are luminous, i.e. able to produce their own light? Is it triangle 3%, diamond 11%, circle 5%, or square 9%? It is 11% of sharks are luminous. Ooh, the scoreboard stands. Very impressive, Sanya. Approximately how many marine elasmobranch species are recorded in Southeast Asia? Is it red triangle 210, blue diamond 180, yellow circle 273, or green square 154? And the answer is 273 marine elasmobranch species. How many mass extinctions have sharks lived through? Is it red triangle 6, blue diamond 2, yellow circle 4, or green square 5 mass extinctions? Spoiler alert. And the answer is 5 mass extinctions. All right, next. Indonesia has the highest diversity of shark species. How many species are likely to be occurring? Is it red triangle 114, blue diamond 106, yellow circle 211, or green square 135? And the answer is red triangle 114. And the scoreboard shifts. All right, true or false? Sharks are likely colorblind. And the answer is true. They are likely colorblind. I'm surprised by that. Which group is more threatened in Southeast Asia, sharks or rays? Ooh, and the answer is rays. Which shark sense has the lowest range? Is it red triangle hearing, blue diamond sight, yellow circle electroreception, or green square smell? And the answer is electroreception has the lowest range. And that is our end of our Kahoot, everyone. Could our winner please stand up? Please give her a big round of applause. Big congratulations to you. And I'm going to pass back to Ikshan for the final say for the end of this side event.
Okay, who's the winner? Who's the winner? Please come.
Hi.
Hello.
Congratulations. I just want to have a quick shout out about the shirt. So this shirt was hand woven and hand printed by artisanal local women crafters based in the Palawan Islands of the Philippines. These pieces feature a unique blend of cotton, banana, and pineapple fibers, so it's eco-friendly. And as a plus factor, these shirts showcase some of the many shark and ray species you can find in Asia. So congratulations.
Thank you so much for answering correctly and really quickly. Thank you. So I think we are in the end of our launching event. Thank you so much for coming. There's a lot of things we got to do in the future. Please stay tuned and enjoy your conference. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming back. I hope you all had a nice lunch. I think I'm going to get started. Welcome to the Net Gains panel. So we're going to be continuing to talk about why it's important to engage fishers in protecting sharks and rays and thinking about kind of practical methods and approaches for doing so. And I'm very excited to have a wonderful panel here with me, people who've got lots of practical experience in actually engaging with fishers and sort of delivering positive conservation outcomes as a result. And so we're just going to have a fairly laid-back chat here on the stage. I've got a few questions that I'm going to ask to everybody, and then we're also going to be able to take some questions from the audience. So actually what I'm going to do to start off with is have everybody introduce themselves. And we can just go down the line from here. So firstly, can you all please take it in turns to introduce yourself and tell us why you think it's important to engage fishers to protect sharks and rays.
Is this on? Yeah, it's on. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriela Ochoa. Most people call me Gabby. I'm the executive director and founder of ILILI. We're a small non-for-profit based in Honduras, and we work at the intersection of research, management, and policy. And in my other life, I'm also a PhD candidate at Florida International University, where I study movement and foraging of sharks in spawning aggregations. But rest assured, there is a human dimensions chapter there too. I mean, it almost seems like obvious, right? Like to engage fishers, but it's not in our field. And you know, I might be doing a PhD, but fishers really have a PhD of the seas. They know so much, there's so much information that we can get from them. And I just think that you can be more effective and also scale up your work or even reach remote areas if you're engaging fishers. And as we heard from Soya's keynote in the morning, sharks are not just important to us, but they're a food source, they're a source of culture. So it's incredibly important that we're engaging those communities that depend on them. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Rafid. I am a co-founder and manager for Treasure Shark Indonesia. So it's a local NGO based in Alor Island. We exclusively focus on treasure sharks, but just recently expand to issues of mobile rays and manta rays conservation in the different parts of Indonesia. I'm also, in my other life, I'm a PhD candidate. I'm currently doing my PhD at Duke University. I shifted from an ecologist into more kind of social scientist, so my PhD is actually focused on issues of resistance as unintended results of shark conservation. And I think my answers has already been stolen by Gabby. But I think I consider myself as an outsider, so I brought conservation. I'm not from the area that we work with, which is in Alor Island. And I feel that it's very important to engage fishers because they're actually, like Gabby mentioned, they're the ones that actually live close to the oceans. They have wealth of knowledge and experience, and I actually learn from them instead of them learning from me. And because the issues of treasure sharks is also issues of conflicts, conservation I view as a view that I learned from university, but it's not necessarily something that the fishers themselves feel important. So it's very important to engage them to understand different worldviews and also values in engaging in issues like this. So yeah.
Hi everyone. Sorry. My name is Nadia. As the other two has mentioned, I also have two separate lives. I'm a researcher both inside and outside the lab. Outside the lab, I am from Elasmo Brang Project Indonesia. We are a small NGO from Indonesia focusing on research and conservation. One of it is on the Rhinorays in Karimunjawa. And inside the lab, I am working on DNA stuff for trade of Elasmo Brang. So I'm doing both, but I am looking how I can integrate both of these life. And to answer Hollie's question, maybe adding to what has been said before, because I think it's very important, it's because fishers are not only the actors, but because they are the people who live closest to the ocean. Any changes, any decline that we have been talking for the past few days, they are the first people who will actually get the impact. And I think it's very important to get their perspective and let them join in this conversation.
Thank you. And I'm Trisha. So I'm a conservation scientist at the Edge of Existence program in the Zoological Society of London. So my work right now involves working a lot with both sharks as well as other species. So it's been a nice shift from just working only on sharks. But in my other life, like these guys, I also have a few projects in India that I supervise, particularly on guitarfish and rhinorays. And some of those talks are happening on Thursday, so please go watch them. And yeah, just to answer the question that these guys have already so brilliantly answered, why work with fishers? I think adding to what they've said, it also feels like there's no real choice. If you want to work with sharks or with marine species or anything to do with fisheries and conservation, it's almost impossible to do that without engaging with the very people who are out there and engaging with those species. So it's, yeah, not really a choice in my opinion.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, everybody. I think one of the things that I find kind of inspiring about this group, and that I think is also potentially lesson learned, is that everybody is like interdisciplinary people. And I think that you're all kind of sitting at the interface between, you know, rigorous academic research and also conservation practice, and kind of applying a range of different methods and approaches to figuring out how we protect sharks and rays effectively. So yeah, it's just funny to see lots of people with these double lives. I also have a double life between academia and NGO world. So yeah, and I think you're absolutely right that ultimately, if we want to halt and reverse declines of shark populations, we have to engage fishers. So thanks for those introductions. Now I want to start by asking Trisha a specific question. So I'd like to know what you think are some of the most rewarding aspects from working with fishers on shark conservation, and then also kind of on the flip side, what are some of the more challenging aspects?
Hello? Yeah, that's a great question, Holly. Thank you. Yeah, starting maybe with the good one first, the most rewarding aspects. It can be really incredible to do social science, to work with communities. And I think some of my favorite parts of it is once you spend enough time getting to know people in a particular area and feel comfortable with them and they know you as well, you can really feel like you've reached that space where you actually understand their perspectives. You might come in with some preconceived notions or biases, but you actually start to hear what they have to say, and whether you realize it or not, you start opening up your mind. And at the same time, you can also tell that they're starting to hear you. They're also starting to understand who you are, what your objective is, why you've come here to do this work. And you can see they're also thinking about it, considering it. They have their own questions. And that in early levels of engagement, for me, are sometimes some of the best moments. That's when you know that, okay, this might be a long-term relationship, and I hope to be working here over the long time. But challenges, yeah, there's loads of those as well, which I'm sure like everyone here and many of you guys in the room probably have a lot of stories to share with that. I think probably I can probably say a lot on that, but one of the key things that is coming to mind is just how diverse communities, fishing communities or any communities really can be. It's not just that everyone has the same opinion or has the same view on something. You have those who are very friendly, willing to work with you or engage with you or share their knowledge, but you also have those who are not really happy that you have come into this community or that you're asking these questions or wanting to learn about sharks. And it can be quite challenging to also work with those people because you can't ignore them. They also exist, they're part of the system. So just trying to work with them, trying to understand their perspective, even when they don't want to talk to you. It can be hard, but yeah, it's definitely some of the bigger challenges I've faced.
Thanks, Trisha. So I think, a couple of really important points there. I think one is about the whole sort of building mutual trust is clearly really critical. And one thing I often, if people come to me for advice about, engaging with communities or doing social science or doing human dimensions, one of my first key pieces of advice is if you want to understand fishers' lives and, the reasons that they're catching sharks, you're better to turn up from the point of view of, I'm here to understand about your life and your fishing practices, not, hello, I'm here to save the sharks. Because that normally isn't exactly, or I'm here to tell you what to do. Because that normally doesn't go down very well. And it's not a very good, starting point, I guess, for building those trusting relationships. I also totally agree, we do have a tendency to homogenize communities. Even context to context is so different, but even within one given community, you can have a wide diversity of opinions about things, and one program or intervention or policy isn't necessarily going to work for everybody in a given place. And so, I think that's a key thing that we need to move away from, is this kind of homogenization of the issue. Does anybody else want to add anything to respond to Trisha?
Maybe adding to the challenges, and I believe maybe this is similar to other sites and other projects. One of the challenges that we face is because shark is a part of their livelihood as well. So when we come with the idea of we have to manage, we have to conserve in any way possible of conveying that, one of the questions that will come up is like, okay, so what do you want us? How do you want us to get money? Are you gonna feed our family? So when those questions are asked, we're like, yeah, that's true. So sometimes, because a bit of story, EPI, our team is small, and we started really small, and we started early in our career. So everything is a bit of trial and error. So after those time, we talk more to the fishers, and we get that sense of understanding of their perspectives. But as a new, recent graduate, fresh graduate into the field, it's not something that in school you get taught. So these perspectives are the ones that you get in the field. So that is one of the challenges what we face, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. I think you touch a really important point there, both about, typically those of us who kind of love sharks or love marine environment will study biology or marine biology, but you don't necessarily in those classes learn how to sort of do good rigorous social science or even how to engage with communities in these kind of processes of change. So I think potentially more sort of interdisciplinary courses, yeah, definitely really useful. And I think on the kind of the trial and error point of view, I actually think that we need more of that to some degree. I mean, as in we need to work with fishers, get ideas, test those ideas, check if they really work. If they're not working, adapt them. There's not going to be one perfect solution that's going to solve the problem. So I personally am a big fan of the kind of trial and error approach, or at least trial and monitor and adapt approach. Okay, awesome. So now, Rafid, I want to ask you a question. So as you already mentioned, you're currently completing your PhD at Duke University. And I'm kind of aware, we've known each other for a long time, that you've been on a kind of a journey during sort of starting life as more of a I guess, a pure ecologist. I remember meeting you about a decade ago out on the sea in Flores. And now you've definitely moved more into kind of social research and even political ecology. And I just think it'd be great if you could tell us a bit more about this journey, sort of what motivated it, what you've learned, and some of the pros and cons and challenges.
Yeah. Oh wow. I cannot believe that it's been a decade since the first time that we met. I have to be honest that it's actually quite a struggle for me to completely shift it from, because I always attach my identity to be like, oh, Rafid is like the treasure shark guy, and like we do tagging, cool stuff, ecology, and we publish on movement ecology and things like that. But then during my PhD, I have to completely detach that identity from being an ecologist to be a full-blown social scientist. And I took a lot of classes that was really challenging, and especially the discipline that I'm taking right now, it's called political ecology. So it's a social science, but it's critical social science. But I think part of the reason why I took political ecology as one of my main framework in this PhD is because I never in my life thinking about doing a PhD, but then working in shark conservation, and I feel that the aspect of development becomes kind of like the dominant approach that we do. So alternative livelihoods, community engagement, education, and things like that are like within the development framework. But then when I'm trying to kind of find, okay, what's actually the approach that works for development, and seeing like big development agencies like ADB, and I work with Asian Development Bank for a couple of years, and different development agencies, and I feel there's some kind of untold stories about like, oh yeah, sometimes you see in the reports things are great, but then when you dig deeper, there's actually some untold stories that kind of people tend to hide those stories about why certain approaches fail, or actually like creating unintended outcomes for something. And I discovered that in political ecology, so it's more critical. And I think like within political ecology, a lot of the literature that I read, I see myself in there. Like I'm a conservationist, grew up in Jakarta, privileged, have higher educations. I got my master's degree from the US and now doing PhD in the US. I bring all of this like very dominant worldview of like, I'm better than the others. And this is conservation that I envision. So all of that, like when I read papers in political ecology, was like, oh shoot, that's actually me. Like I did this kind of work. And it just gave me a different perspective that it may create unintended outcomes that I never realized. And Diki is here, my team member, and we've seen that sometimes people praise our work, but then there's also some really hard stories about like, oh, people resist. People started to become very anti-conservation, anti-NGO, and things like that. And that's kind of like the thinking and framework that I learned from political ecology. And after thinking that, I cannot unsee myself. Like I feel, oh my God, shoot, like I'm now exposed to political ecology, and I now see myself within this critics. And it really hard for me in the first 2 years to like re-challenge my assumption. And when people talk about like solutions for sharks, it really, I think I saw this post somewhere in Instagram, they say like epistemic change. So it's actually make you question everything. When people say solutions, what is solution? When people say, oh, this solutions is better, what is better? Compared to what? You know, so who's saying it? Who's doing the research? There's like a lot of this kind of critical inquiry that got into my head, and I was like, okay, so I'm not taking things for granted anymore. So when somebody says, oh, it should be solutions according to what? According to whom? Is it for you? Is it for the funders? Is it for the NGOs? Is it for the people? Is it for the sharks? So it's like a really, really hard process of like, you know, challenging my assumptions and detaching myself from the system that I used to work for about a decade. And I think, but I think I ended up really enjoying that process because it's actually helped me to, you know, be fully mindful. And there was one paper, sorry, it's taking really long, but there was like one paper in political ecology, because political ecology is also talking about power and politics. And this is the things that rarely discussed in shark conservation work, like, oh, shark conservation is actually influenced by politics and power. And I, myself, as a PhD student, I hold a lot of power. And these communities sometimes do not have power, and I don't want to impose my power towards them. And I think one paper that that was really resonant with me was like, I was really confused, like, okay, what should I do now? Like, I cannot unsee myself in this conservation, but I do care about the sharks, I do care about people, I do care about this equity and all of these cool terms. But then this paper says like, oh, as someone who cares about the environment, you cannot be fully politically clean. You cannot be, you know, like a human being without all of these faults and you know, some of this difficult character, but then you can be mindful about things. When you want to develop something, if you want to develop an intervention, for example, for conservation, you have to be mindful about the effects of those interventions to the people. Not only to the people, but also non-living being, like, I don't know, like the soil, or like, like all dimensions of on this earth. So it really helps me to kind of reflect on a very deep philosophical level.
Thanks, Rafid. Thanks for being so open and honest. That was great. It's fascinating. I think you touched on so many interesting things that are really important. I think probably the first one is that like reflexivity, basically reflecting on your own worldview. I think very few people actually do that. And you can easily, I guess maybe just very briefly, like I know some people work in shark conservation because they've always loved sharks and it's kind of their dream since they were a kid. I've kind of always loved all animals and kind of got into sharks just sort of by accident. It could have been, you know, tigers, it could have been elephants, it ended up being sharks. And to some degree, I think that has helped me to be a little bit more neutral than some people who just become so blinded by their love of sharks that they can't necessarily see any other worldview. So I think encouraging people to be, reflexive, or hold a mirror up to yourself to be like, what are my own biases, privileges, power, all of that kind of thing is really important. And I also think some stuff around funding agendas is also really, really critical. And I think, solutions compared to what and for who. Like, I think often it's really easy for people to be like, what about X? But often there's no such thing as good and bad. There is only better than a counterfactual, basically, or better than the alternative. And you're absolutely right, it's thinking about good from whose perspective. And I think, obviously, I also have sort of lots of privilege and power as well. And I think one of the things that frustrates me is in conservation, we often, because the local communities are kind of a bit easier to, I don't know, push around than the big corporations that are typically causing way more of the problems, we think it's okay for them to kind of bear the costs of conservation. but it actually isn't. Like, it's just completely unfair and inequitable, and I just think we need to be aware of that as part of these processes. So, yeah, thank you for sharing. Do you want to add something, Gabby? Please go ahead.
I guess two things. I'll try to be brief. But the one is that I feel like I'm the opposite of you. Like, I came from more of an interdisciplinary background, and now I'm moving into a very ecological PhD, you know, looking at movement and foraging and spawning aggregations. And I think that anywhere you go, of course, there's humans, so there's always things, you know, that are coming up in my mind. And I've been super fortunate that a lot of this work we do with shark fishers in Belize, my advisor has created a program where, you know, he's incentivizing research, right? So it's been really interesting to see that other side of it. And also, you know, these people have sort of become my collaborators, right? They're probably the reason I'm gonna get this PhD. It's the shark fishers in Belize. And the other thing that really resonated with me is, you know, this idea of like a lot of communities have had to bear previous conservation initiatives that were not great for them, and then you come into these communities and they absolutely don't want to work with you, right? Because they've been sort of burned in the past. And Honduras is a great example where non-for-profits lobbied for the shark sanctuary legislation and convinced our government to declare it. And so the moment I walked in to the Mosquitia and said, hey, I'm here to work with sharks, they were like, get out of here. Yeah, so anyways, I just wanted to add that reflection.
Yeah. I also think that there's some really critical stuff here about learning from failure or learning from past mistakes. I think the conservation community in general, not just shark conservation, doesn't do a very good job about transparently learning from what has and hasn't worked. I think some of that is to do with funding cycles. We kind of want to sell good stories so that we can get more funding, and we don't necessarily do a good job at documenting what has and hasn't worked in the past. So yeah.
Can I just add one more
Please.
thing? I also feel like we see these projects that are expecting us to, like, for example, change the shark sanctuary in 1 year. We can't do that. You know, you saw my presentation, it's been 3 years. We're still not there. So I think if there's any funders here, you know, really rethink the scale of these projects, and if you really want to see meaningful change, it can't happen in a year.
You're absolutely right. I think we need to be planning for decades rather than project cycles. So totally hear that. Because clearly everybody else agrees. Applause in the audience. Okay, so actually, Gabby, I'm going to ask you another question. So it's great to hear about your kind of multidisciplinary background, and I want to talk a little bit more about, I guess, what it's like to be a female scientist in a male-dominated world. So we're lucky actually to have a majority female panel here today in what is typically a male-dominated field. And I
Used to be.
This can be. I think it can be even more challenging when we're working in the fishing industry, which is also typically dominated by men. At least in Indonesia, you know, if we're working directly with fishers, we're typically working directly with men. And I just wondered if you could tell us a bit more about your experiences as a young woman working in, I guess, a predominantly male-dominated space, and, you know, what words of advice or inspiration would you offer to other female shark researchers who want to follow a similar path?
Yeah, that's a great question, and if you saw my presentation, you know I love stories. It's definitely been a journey. I think for me, I'm a woman in a field where normally women are not on these boats, women are not shark fishing, definitely not handling sharks at all. But I'm also a foreigner in my own country because when I go to the Mosquitia, I'm not Mosquito, right? I'm not from the indigenous community. So I think I've had to work a little bit harder to get in there. And the first time I actually went shark fishing with Mosquito fishers, I found out later, they actually let me go on that first trip because they thought I would get seasick. And then, of course, I didn't. So the next day, they were like, you're not coming on the boat. And then I have another great story with my fisher Exxon. He's from a place called Cayos Cochinos, not the Mosquitia, but he's Garifuna from another indigenous community. And he used to free dive to set brubs. And I actually went and did a free dive course to show him that I can also free dive, right? And so I remember I said to him on the boat, I'm like, I'm going to set that brub. And he's like, you're going to set that brub. And then I did. And he was like, wow, you know. And so I think something changed when they see that you're there, you know, like walking the talk. Like, you're also there helping them. You're building gear. You're tagging sharks. You know, you feel for them as well. I think something changes and you sort of become, you know, their buddy, right? So it's taken a little bit of time. And I think if I can give any advice, is treat them as you would treat any collaborator. Treat them as you would treat, you know, your friend or your colleague. ask them about their families, ask them about their lives. Don't just be focused on the sharks, right? Think about, they're just like you, right? They still have struggles. And yeah, I mean, and snacks. Yes.
Brilliant. Yeah. I mean, I love that kind of, to some degree, like challenging misconceptions to some degree. Just generally being a badass in the field is great. And yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right in terms of just, treating them, if you're working with fishers and communities. I guess one thing I've learned from living in different places and traveling all over the world is if you only stay in your home country or your hometown, it's easy to think of like people from other places as being different from you or scary or having different worldviews. But one thing I've learned is that most people are nice, and actually most of us kind of want the same thing, even if we live in different countries. And
nobody gets more excited handling a shark than a shark fisher and releasing it, right? Like, they are so pumped.
Does anybody else want to add anything to that question? Trisha, please go ahead.
Yeah, just on the, working in male-dominated spaces, I wanted to share something, a piece of advice that I got from my supervisor during my PhD, Divya, about working in such spaces. And she told me to really go out there and to not forget that even though it's a male-dominated space, there's still women in the community. They might be invisible in some cases, but they exist. So go out there, befriend them, form relationships with them, and they will also protect you. They will make sure that you are taken care of and that that you're not like lost within this larger male-dominated space. And that advice really worked well for me, so I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trisha. And do you know what? I think, I mean, at least based on my work and my experiences, we normally work directly with fishers, so it's normally guys. But I think that there is so much work to do on kind of engaging with female heads of household as a driver of change. And yeah, we've definitely met lots of kind of badass women in the communities that I work in, and they can also influence their husbands and often behind the scenes have a lot more power than we necessarily think. So I think that's kind of an untapped. Yeah, exactly. Okay, fantastic. Now, Nadia, I want to ask a little bit more about EPI. So we already saw your presentation earlier, and we know that EPI has been working closely with fishers on your sort of collaborative monitoring and live release program. And so I was wondering, I guess, what do you think were the key factors that helped you engage with the fishers in Karimunjawa in the first place? And potentially, how can these lessons be applied to other places? And what are some of the potential challenges for scaling? Because I think often we want these like solutions that can be scaled, but every context is so different. So yeah, maybe you could just talk a bit more about that.
Yes. So everything I've presented earlier today was it was a 10-minute story of hard work of our team that I think we're in our sixth year now. And it has been I could say a roller coaster ride. So when we came to Karimunjawa, none of our team members is from Karimunjawa. So we're all Indonesians. And me and Fiki also, the co-founder of the project, is not from Karimunjawa, but we're very familiar with Karimunjawa. That is where we did our field practicals when we were in the university. But again, we're not from Karimunjawa. So coming in, we're still seen as an outsider. And one thing that we did in the first place, and I think that really accelerated everything, is we met with the local people. So we did interviews, but we actually also mapped like the people that is possible to support us, the local people who are open to this idea and can be a partner for us in this project. And that really helped, because I think it is mentioned in the other presentations as well, is sometimes in the local community, they are more open to listening to their fellow community members other than outsiders. So in the first years of our project, we held on to these key people as a part of a team member, and that really helped. They give perspectives about, because we are, again, with the conservation and the science, and these people gave us perspectives of like, yeah, but you need to consider A, B, C, D, E, like the community context, and that really is, I think, the initial thing that becomes a key point. And the second one is also constant engagement. So having a team that is almost all year round for 5 or 6 years, they really see, again, I think similar to what Gabby said, Karimunjawa also has a lot of, it becomes a site where people do research and conservation activities, but not a lot of them stayed. So when we come and we say about sharks and marine science conservation, there's maybe a lot of people see, oh, they're gonna leave in 6 months because the project is over. But when we showed that, we actually stayed and we built connections more than just us taking information from them. We see changes, and it didn't happen in the first year. I think it takes us a long time, and I think until now we're still building those connections. So that's my tip as well, is to build the trust, to meet like-minded people from the community to help you accelerate the project. And about scaling, so we did all these approaches, a lot of trial and errors. But if you ask me if you can take everything to your communities, to your side, I cannot guarantee that it will work. Because we built all these activities from number 1 to number 7 is subsequently. So we did the second, for example, the second activity, we did the workshop based on the information that we got from the first one. So we built on the information that we got from the previous one. So we tried to keep it at the local context. Now we're doing in Karimunjawa only on two main villages. Thinking about scaling up even to the other 3 villages, because there's 5 villages in Karimunjawa, it won't be as easy as copy and paste. We still need to, again, meet more people, get more perspectives, and I think scaling up is very much possible, learning from other sites, but we need to, again, go back to who are these people in these new locations. And I think it would be better to do it slowly with a lasting impact. And when we know from the people of the community that really is into the project, they can be agents of spreading the message as well, and that will help with scaling up.
Yeah, brilliant. I think a couple of really key things there. I think finding those local champions, really key, and building those relationships for the long term. I guess your point about, it doesn't happen overnight comes back to the point about, we need to build for decades, not just 1 to 2 year project cycles. And that can be really hard when you're a small local NGO to kind of get that stability to keep going in the long run. And I think what comes back to sort of one thing that I keep thinking about is we often want, silver bullet solutions like marine protected areas or shark sanctuaries, and let's just do that everywhere. And it's going to solve the problem. But everything needs to be tailored to context, right? And so I feel like actually what does scale is kind of participatory processes. And you can have a kind of a toolbox of things that might work, and then you need to sort of figure out how to customize your toolbox of things to each local context. Rafi, did you want to add something?
Yes. I've been holding it in my chest. I think it's kind of similar with Nadia and Epi team, but I work in Alor Island. I live in Jakarta, which is the capital, and I went to this island. And the first thing that I actually did, I never brought the idea about sharks. At the time, I disguised myself as a student. But basically, what I did was I dig wells in the village. I cleaned chicken coop of the shark fishermen. I helped participate in the rebuilding process of indigenous house in one of the village. And and I even joined like circumcised party or like weddings of the relatives of the fishers. And I think at the time, like it's actually started to feel that they actually taking me as part of the community because I never brought the idea about sharks. I did talk about like, oh, have you seen the sharks? And do you know about it? But that was not like the first thing that I brought. So I think it's just kind of integrate myself in the daily practice of fishers, and like Gabby, like joining fishing, wake up 5 a.m., going fishing with them, and I think it started to be really meaningful for me as well. It taught me humility and, that the life of the fisheries is not about sharks at all, but, it's many different things that really opened my eyes. And I think with the, this is the stories that, because I'm from outside, and many conservation projects usually funders give us funding for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. If we can sustain, of course, we can extend the life of the project. But thankfully, Trisha Indonesia has been existing in Alor for about 8 years now. But myself and my co-founder, we realized that at some point, we cannot be full-time in the field. And we cannot be forever an outsider in the village. And what we did was actually, outside of the fisheries question, is investing in the capacities of the indigenous young people there. Diki has been amazing, and I think someone like Diki and we've hired 25 young people who are originally from there, and they're really agile and politically agile. They can really smart in navigating difficult conversations with the fishers, speaking their language, and really putting a lot of empathy in the work that they do. And at one point, when I was in the US, and Diki and the team share a story about this family of fishers that just lost their family members. They lost their wives, and also they lost their child. So it's a very kind of a personal reason. It was after the intervention took place, so we did the alternative livelihoods, and then we want to see that if within 1 year the fishers actually willing to stop shark fishing completely, and then a couple of them actually violating the rules, so they actually take treasure sharks after they receive the incentive. And sometimes our conservationists have put some enforcement, put some more harsher measures or whatever that is. But then when you dig deeper the stories about why did you come back to shark fishing, and then it said oh, I didn't have any income for the past 6 months, and then I just lost a child, and my wife just died, and something like that. So it's a very, very personal reason and very human reason that you cannot just simply put enforcement as the solutions to that. And what we did was actually, Piki and the team, and at a time while I was in the US, is actually visiting them at the hospital, and then offering them some condolences, praying with them at the hospital bed, and providing, some necessities like providing rice and oil and all of these kind of basic ingredients. And these fishers used to be a very stubborn one. He was really, really difficult to engage with us, and always tend to violating the rules and things like that. But then he became kind of the first person to tell everybody to hey, listen to this, to these guys, they're trying to fish the sharks, and they become he became kind of the champions and the ones that helping us to advocate for the things that we do. So I think it's very important to kind of, Gaby also mentioned about connecting with people on a very human level, because when you see people actually violating the rules, it's not just simply because they want to. It's because sometimes structural conditions forcing them to do that. And without us understanding that reason, I think it's unfair for us to, assume that they act out of self-interest, and it's actually very human reason that we have to facilitate to facilitate this trust and compliance.
Yeah, thanks, Rafid. I think just again, on that kind of taking that very human-centered approach, building those relationships, and especially I think your point about building local institutions for the long term, because that's how things are ultimately going to stick in the long run, is if something becomes kind of embedded within a place itself. So yeah, lots of really important lessons about, I guess, the importance of thinking about the human side and engaging properly with people. So yeah, thank you for sharing. Okay, so in a minute, we're going to move to some questions from the audience. But before I do, I've got one more question for each of our panelists. So I'd like to ask, what do you think is needed to advance better engagement of fishers in shark and ray conservation? And if you had to offer one piece of advice for other early career researchers all conservation practitioners who want to engage fishing communities but don't really know where to start, what would you say?
Those are two great questions. I think that what's missing is fishers having a seat at the table. I think that a lot of the times, you know, there's like management measures or things that come out of a research that they should be implementing, but they were never part of. So I think co-producing, co-designing with them, making them part of the whole process of your research is missing. It's not everywhere. I also think, you know, in our work in Honduras, we have a national shark working group, and there's not a seat at the table for fishers there, and there should be one. But unfortunately, fishers in Honduras are not organized in a way that they can have a seat. So I think investing in like fishers associations and giving fishers the capacity so that they can organize themselves in a way that they can even receive funds is missing. So I think investing in that is necessary. And in terms of advice, I think listen, be humble. You know, sometimes, and I will be honest, like when I was I mean, not that I'm old, but when I started this career, you know, I came in with my attitude of like, oh, I became a marine biologist to study animals, right? Like, I don't care about people. I failed. I was in that mistake, right? So learning from our mistakes and understanding that we can make a difference and we're not engaging the people that are part of. So I think being humble.
Yeah, thanks, Gabby. I think some great pieces of advice. And I think your point about, I guess, like co-design and the issue of like, often when solutions or whatever it is, policies are like imposed on people, rather than having them engage in the process, you have these issues around like legitimacy. Like basically people are not going to comply if they feel like rules and regulations aren't fair. And so at least engaging people in that process is likely to ensure that they're more effective in the long run. So, yeah, okay. Over to you, Rafid.
I feel like I've spoken a lot already.
It's okay, you're all going to answer this question, so you're not getting away with this one.
Yeah, I think most already been said earlier. It's about detaching the assumption that you have about yourself, like that you're better than the others, and always realize that you, at some point, you have power within yourself, power in terms of that power can be beneficial or can be harmful to other people. So I think be cognizant and acknowledging that power, you know, yeah, be mindful on how you use that power. And the second one, I think on Gaby's point, the Fishers Associations, perhaps for funders out there, we could include that as part of the funding point, because I think it's really needed in terms of representation of fishers. As I think in the village or like district level, on a very lower level, it's possible to do that. But I think fishers at some point should have the agency to participate in higher level decisions making, either it's national or even international, and making them delegates in certain meetings that eventually those decisions will impact their lives and livelihoods. So if there is such opportunities for them to be there, it should be institutionalized or financially supported.
Yeah, great. And again, just totally agree, having that, making sure people are engaged in making decisions that ultimately affect them. Not only because it's kind of fair and the right thing to do, but because ultimately it will lead to better management and better compliance in the long run, I think. So yeah. Okay, Nadia, final words of wisdom?
One thing that pops into mind is creating more opportunities for fishers, not only to have a seat on the table, but to create something. For example, when we do research, let's provide opportunities for them to join, to be able to do it themselves. Because in a lot of cases that maybe we've been doing it as well, we put fishers as they only get the results. So in EPI we do tagging, but we don't. It won't be nice if we just come like, okay, this is the results. But it would be nicer to have them also knowing how to do it, and not only to the fishers, but then opening up the possibilities for the younger generations and the community to, for example, go into science as well, so they can do more. Because as Rafid said before, that we are privileged. I feel I'm privileged with the education and the opportunities that I have to be able to do science. Maybe it's not the same for the local community. So one tip that I think we should invest in is to create more of those opportunities. And one tip for anyone who wants to start a journey or connecting with the local community is to go to where they are, meet them and talk to them, and erase all the pre-assumptions that we have of like the fishing community is bad because they're catching sharks. Let's erase that and come as like a neutral that we want to learn and know more from them. So I guess that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia. And actually, your point about engaging fishers in I guess kind of, yeah, the research component as well as just the results reminded me of Jefferson's great presentation with all of those bycatch mitigation technologies that were developed by the fishers themselves. And so I think providing more opportunities and incentives and space to like make that magic happen, yeah, is clearly a great approach. Yeah, okay, and Trisha.
Yeah, I mean, I love everything that's been said so far, so not too much to add there, but I think the only thing that I'd like to add is to really have meaningful engagement. I think maybe this answers both of your questions, Hollie, but I know it's really good that we're giving a lot more attention right now to the social sciences, to working with people, to working with fishing communities, but there are dangers of it also just becoming a buzzword. You know, people use the word participatory a lot these days. I've also made that mistake when early in my career where I felt like, yeah, I went out, I did some interviews, and I have, you know, been participatory, but have I really? I don't think so. So it's been a learning journey as well for me. And I think what I would really like to say is to make sure that all the engagement we do, all of the so-called participation of fishing communities, such as giving them a seat on the table, is genuine, where their voice counts, and it's not just a show, or it's not just like a checkbox or like tokenistic. So just make sure that we do actual, true, meaningful engagement.
Yeah, thanks, Trisha. Really good point. Totally agree. I also feel like, I mean, so on Friday, the closing panel, we're having a panel about how to save sharks and rays. And I'm going to be kind of continuing to bang the drum about this whole, you know, we need to be engaging fishers. But I think similarly, I think we need to move beyond, you know, human dimensions being this like cute little add-on. Oh, let's just like go and chat to some fishers. Because in my opinion, if we're trying to save sharks and rays, like if we're in the business of saving sharks and rays, we are in the business of social and behavioral change, because it's kind of, it's human-caused threats and it needs to be human-led solutions. And you're absolutely right that like just, we can't just go and do a couple of interviews and think that that's going to solve the problem. So yeah, I think not only just doing the kind of human dimension stuff, but also making sure that engagement is meaningful is really critical. So thank you so much to all of you. And now I'd like to open to the floor for a couple of questions. I think we've got 10 minutes left of some questions. Oh, look at that, hand straight up. There's also, that's a very enthusiastic face as well, so. Oh, okay, go. No, it's okay, go on. You can go next. Oh, I think we can't hear. Do you want to? Yeah, we've got an excess of mics up here. You can just have this one if you like.
Hi guys. So I was just wondering, when we are, in your experience, whenever we are working with small-scale fishing, you know, and the fishing communities, have you looked into their relation with the larger trawlers or the big, you know, international trawlers that are doing majority of the damage? Have you seen their relationship, their perception, and how even they're trying to mitigate it, please?
I can just very quickly respond to that just based on a little bit of my experience. So for sure, often based on my experience, if we're asking small-scale coastal fishers about declines in populations and stuff like that, they will often blame the big trawlers. So, and I think to some degree they are correct, but it's also often, there can be a tendency of being like, everything we do is fine, and it's kind of the fault of the fisheries. So that's been something that's my experience, is they're aware of these big trawlers, and often it's like, oh, if populations are declining, it's the big trawler's fault, and nothing to do with us. I think that's kind of often a viewpoint that I've heard many times. I think sometimes the fishing grounds don't necessarily overlap that much. So I don't know how much they actually directly engage with those fisheries, but I'm sure these guys have got other things to add.
I mean, I think in Honduras, similar to Hollie, like they think it's all the industrial people's problems, but they also do feel a lot of times neglected, because at least the Honduran government does invest and listen to industrial fisheries more than they do artisanals. So there's a little bit of a resentment there as well. So I just wanted to add that.
Where in most parts of where I work in India, there is a lot of conflict between large-scale trawlers, especially, and the small-scale fishers, and they do often fish in the same fishing grounds as well. And as Hollie said, there's definitely the sense among small-scale fishers that the trawlers are the bad guys. The trawlers feel like the small-scale fishers are the bad guys, so there's just a lot of the blame game happening. But one thing that we do hear very often from small-scale fishers is that a lot of the fishing that the trawlers do, and a lot of it is illegal because they use certain practices and techniques that's not allowed, or they fish very near to shore, which is also not allowed. And small-scale fishers do keep telling us, like, if we were able to address that and stop that, they would be a lot more happier to engage with us and to follow whatever we are trying to say, or save the sharks, or whatever it is that our agenda is. And it's a bit heartbreaking to hear, because we also don't necessarily have that power to deal with the large-scale illegal trawlers, because a lot of it is down to government corruption and various other problems. But it's just something that, I think about a lot and wonder what I could do in that situation.
Yeah, great. And I think that's a great point about fairness. Often people just feel like it's completely unfair. Like, why should I change if these guys are allowed to get away with it? Wait, so go on, go ahead, Tadez. You were the person who I initially pointed to, so I feel like you should go next.
Thanks so much, Hollie. This is really great conversation, and thank you all for bringing this up. A lot of you mentioned the importance of creating spaces for fishers and communities in shark and rare conservation. But I think listening to all your talks, the question came up into my mind, like, where are the shark fishers in Sharks International? Like, we talk about these, we talk about them constantly as stakeholders, as people that we work with, but why aren't they here? So I wanted to ask each and every one of you, like, what would it take in the future for spaces like this to include the people whose livelihoods are most directly affected by the research and conservation decisions that we're discussing right now?
Yeah, wow. Let's have a little round of applause. That was a great question and really good point. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, personally, when I think about some of the fishers that we work with in Indonesia, if they were given the opportunity, some funding to come here and stand on this stage, I mean, that would be amazing. Like, most of them have kind of not necessarily left their hometown, let alone be able to fly all the way to a conference. So I think it's a really cool idea. I don't know, funding, maybe some kind of just like a little pot of money to try and actually get a small delegate of shark fishers, or fishers who catch sharks, because not all fishers who catch sharks are shark fishers. A group of fishers to join the conference and talk about their points of view. I also think it would be cool, because then they can kind of learn from each other. You know, if it's fishers who are involved with various NGO projects, they can then come and chat to each other about what they're doing and learning from each other. Personally, yeah, it'd be at next Sharks International, if we could bring a couple of the fishers that we work with to come and present. Well, exactly. I think some of it, I mean, it would have to be funding, because I think for a lot of us, it's hard enough for us to get the funding just for us to come ourselves. So some dedicated funding. We'd also have to think about the language thing. So there'd have to be, I think, really good translation services, because for sure, at least in my experience, fishers wouldn't be able to come up here and speak about their experiences in English. Those are my thoughts. What do you guys think?
I mean, I just want to echo what you said a bit. I think definitely funding is a limitation to get to these places when they're so far away, language as well. I do want to say that we have engaged, and I know like my advisor has brought fishers to CITES, and that's been really amazing for them to see how that actually works in real life, you know, like all of the research that they're doing, how does that come into policy, and how do countries vote for this regulation. So I think his name's Hector, and he's an amazing fisher. And I think that was a really amazing experience. So I agree with you. We need to bring them, and I think a scholarship maybe fund where people like us who work with fishers could nominate a fisher to come to these spaces.
Okay.
So here
Great.
on your left.
No. Hang on, wait. So I keep picking people over here. So maybe I should. We've had two dudes, so I definitely want to have a girl as the next question asker. I can't really see. I'm sorry. The light is really bright in my face.
So since you were talking about fundings, I think most time we put the spotlight into the most vulnerable people. And I was thinking about fundings and how it is difficult to find money to fishers who want to collaborate and be part of the solution. And another problem with sharks is the habitat loss. And when we think about habitats, there are other stakeholders like the portuary activities, the oil and gas exploration, and they have a lot of money. And they have money for mitigation of their impact. So my question is, any of you have thoughts about other stakeholders that use the same space as fishers and that indirectly affect sharks as well?
Yeah, so just first of all, say I completely agree, and I totally think that we should actually be trying to hold these kind of wealthy and powerful stakeholders accountable for the negative impacts and using some of that funding to sort of redirect it into, sorry, there's a really bright light, which is why I've got my hand up, redirect it into community-based shark conservation. It's something I've kind of thought about in terms of both funding mechanisms, and I worked for a little bit for a biodiversity consultancy, so trying to get corporates to actually implement mitigation measures and kind of do the right thing. You know, I totally think that we should be thinking about equivalent to like carbon taxes and carbon offsets, but for things like bycatch and marine habitat damage. So I agree. I think often the regulatory and financial structures are not necessarily in place to actually get companies to really do that. Maybe it is to some degree for oil and gas, but for lots of corporates it would be voluntary, and often they don't face the necessary market pressure to chuck money into things that they probably should. But I totally agree that they should, the polluters should pay, and that really should be these big corporates. I don't know if anyone else wants to. I keep answering the questions, and you guys should talk. Okay. So I think we've got like 1 minute left until the next session starts. Go on. You're waving very enthusiastically. Yep. No, here, just here. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you. I've been following your work, and I noticed that your affiliation, most of you, for the ones that are from the Global South, you are based now abroad, but you still are connected to your own country, doing research in your country. And I was wondering if you do feel that coming from the Global South, you might not have had the same opportunities, funding, or support if you have stayed in your country, and if so, if you feel like conflicted or even a bit guilty about having to leave to have the access to these opportunities, because I know this is a very sensitive topic and sometimes controversial, but it's just because I have been thinking about my own journey. And when I was younger, I didn't really appreciate my own country. And I always wanted to leave. I always wanted to study in Australia and see great white sharks. And now that I've been working with artisanal fishers and I know the species that I have in my country and how I'm proud to be Brazilian, and I'm thinking about doing my PhD, and I know my country doesn't really appreciate artisanal fishers and this kind of research. And the only people that are seeing us now are funders from outside. So I just wanted to know if you feel that if you feel similar, if this indecision of study abroad.
I mean, everything you said really resonates with me, and in fact, I worked a lot in between all of my degrees, and all of my degrees were abroad, and I recognize the privilege that that brings, right? That it's not everybody that can do that, and it's always been a personal mission of mine to always come back home, and I always have, and I do feel extremely guilty because I am basically running an organization remotely. And my team members are there, and they know it's been incredibly hard, and I wish I could be there. But at one point in my career, I realized that I do need those 3 letters as I start this organization, because sometimes where I work in Honduras, and also being a young woman, they kind of don't want to listen to me sometimes. So I realized that it was worth the investment to move abroad, and I'm still just remotely, running illegally while I do my PhD.
Adding to that, yeah, so I resonate with that a lot. And I think it's a weekly crisis for me. But I do think, especially in my PhD, I do molecular stuff. So I do like the availability of technologies, state-of-the-art technologies, approaches, and science. Of course, it is more available outside. I'm very privileged to be able to do that. But I think the same with Gabby is that I've always thought that how can I bring it home? Not only what I can bring home is I always hope that I can open up more opportunities for people from Indonesia to feel have access to that, and hoping I can be a good bridge to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're gonna have to wrap it up there. Can we just have a final round of applause for our fantastic panelists? Woo! Okay, thanks everybody. I think we'll have to move on to the next session.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome to our freshwater session. So today I'm going to be talking about some results of a large collaborative project that we've been conducting in Indonesia, Borneo, on freshwater rays and river sharks. So in recent years, in recent years there's been growing concern for the status of freshwater species which face heightened exposure to a range of human threats. Freshwater megafauna have been particularly affected, with large declines in abundance, including a few extinctions. And one thing we don't have a good understanding of is how our freshwater sharks and rays are situated within this context. So in Southeast Asia, we have 6 highly threatened non-marine elasmobranchs that are listed as either critically endangered or endangered on the red list. And aside from sawfish, we have a pretty poor understanding of their conservation biology, particularly extant distribution and relative abundance across river basins they occur in. So this map indicates dams or barriers to river flow in Asia and offers a good representation of human freshwater impact across the region. Borneo stands out as an area that is less impacted. It has lower human population density, large floodplain rivers, and being a flagship area of high conservation interest, it may present a location to champion Asian non-marine elasmobranch effort. The only issue is we don't really have a good understanding of where these species occur. So this project focused on the Indonesian part of Borneo, which is known as Kalimantan, and we're really interested in the eastern and southern provinces that have hardly been surveyed for non-marine elasmobranchs. And this project was framed around collaborating with local institutions to conduct interviews. So we generally spent a day or two with a handful of students and staff from each regional university, running through the project and techniques of interviewing fishers. Then we'd spend about 3 to 4 weeks out in the rivers doing the interviews. And the interview itself had 3 components reflecting the aims of our research, which were to characterise fisheries threat, understand uses, values, and importance of sharks and rays, and also getting some species-specific information. So in total, we interviewed 221 fishers across 193 interviews, and the average age of these interviewees was about 50 years, as we were really trying to capture changes in time. Most of our interviewees fished freshwater or the estuary primarily, and it was only in North Kalimantan that most interviewees fished in the estuary, owing to a lack of large floodplain rivers in this region. In terms of gears, gill net and hook and line were mostly used, and this was pretty consistent across the provinces. So starting with the south, almost all interviewees reported that they did capture rays, while sharks were less commonly reported. All 4 species of ray were present, with Fluvitrigon signifer being the most commonly reported. And it seemed this species was more abundant in upper freshwater reaches compared to other species. And we also found that all 3 Fluvitrigon species occurred in the upper estuary, indicating that they're probably not entirely obligate to freshwater. In the east and north, the giant freshwater whipray was commonly reported and observed, and we were able to confirm that the Fluvitrigon species almost certainly do not occur in this region, as we'd somewhat suspected. So the long story short for non-marine rays is that they're mostly retained primarily for consumption and sale. And the issue with this is that 3 ray species are actually fully protected in Indonesia, which should be prohibiting their retention and use. And across our interviews, only 1 interviewee was aware of this protection. So while it's really good that the legislation exists, it's clear that efforts are needed to communicate these protections to the fishers. And other notable threats were, there was a lot of coal mines and ever-growing palm oil plantations, which are both acting to significantly raise river turbidity and decrease the quality of habitat. Okay, so the big finding of this project was that while we were in North Kalimantan, we came across one fisher that had a few fins that appeared to be from river sharks. So we asked this fisher to send through any photos of sharks he caught in the next week or 2 while we continued upstream with interviews. And the next day he sent us a photo of what was clearly a glyphis species, and we were able to secure this individual, which is currently in the University of Borneo. Over the next few days, he caught several more, and it was pretty clear that he had shifted his fishing gear to help us out. So we made it clear that no further samples were needed, but we did manage to secure 3 additional specimens that were sent to Jakarta for further examination, where they were confirmed as Glyphis gangeticus. Sorry, I've lost my spot. So this was quite an exciting find in the context of preventing the extinction of the species. So they haven't been observed in Myanmar for over 100 years. The last known record in Malaysia, Borneo was 2003, and only 1 or 2 are recorded every other year across Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh combined. So having a single fisher catch 17 in a matter of days indicates there is probably a reasonably abundant population in North Kalimantan, and that this may be the last chance we have to prevent its extinction. Although we are aware of glyphis in other regions in Southeast Asia, so there may still be further populations to secure in the future. So moving forward, we were able to set this region as an important shark and ray area in 2024, which sets a good precedent for future management. And we've recently received funding from the Shark Conservation Fund to conduct the required steps to pursue national protection of this species in Indonesia. We're looking to plan next steps and identify other species and issues we can leverage, such as this recent image of a large barramundi, which is highly valued for its fish maw, captured alongside Glyphis gangeticus and a juvenile Irrawaddy dolphin. So quickly to finish, we've produced some guides to raise awareness, particularly for the freshwater ray protections. So we're going to be handing these out to fishers and managing authorities. We've also produced an ID guide, as it's quite clear that glyphis are routinely misidentified as Lamiopsis species and that they're probably more common than we think. And we're also launching a reporting program to try and gain a better understanding of relative abundance in North Kalimantan and extending a similar program into southern Borneo for freshwater rays. So many thanks to the host of people that have contributed to this work, and also to the Save Our Seas Foundation and the Shark Conservation Fund for their support of our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mick. We have time for one question, one or two questions if it's not taking too long.
I think it's a wonderful presentation. Just I have some doubt. Like as far as my knowledge, that Glyphias gangeticus originally described from the Ganges estuary, like type locality falls in that area. And we have been working in that area, but in our observation, we have not recorded a single species. Whether have you confirmed with your specimen with the type locality area, either genetically or any verified specimen from that area? So then only whether you...
Sorry, was the question whether we've confirmed whether it's Glyphis gangeticus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the genetics came up as Glyphis fowleri, which is recognised as a junior synonym of Glyphis gangeticus. So to our knowledge and under the current taxonomic status of the group, gangeticus, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One last one? No? We're good? Okay. We'll move on then. Thank you again, Mick, for that lovely presentation.
Okay, I have 10 years of research to fit in a very short 8 minutes. So if you have more questions about what I'm talking about, please come and have a yarn after. I worked on river sharks for my PhD, so working on river sharks in Northern Australia. I'm looking at the northern river shark and the spear-toothed shark. These are euryhaline species, so they're capable of moving anywhere from freshwater through to marine. Both these species occur in very small populations. They have very patchy distributions, so they're only found in certain river systems that have the correct habitat for them. And so as a result, they have very fine-scale population structuring between those river systems. And both these species are listed as threatened, both under the IUCN Red List and under Australia's national environment laws. So they're pretty poorly understood, so my PhD looked to explore some of our gaps in our knowledge. So I used acoustic telemetry to obviously look at movements and the drivers of those movements, but I also used acoustic telemetry data to calculate natural mortality, which is the proportion of individuals dying from all causes except for anthropogenic mortality, such as fishing, and it can be used as a measure of species resilience. So here is our acoustic receiver array in the Northern Territory of Australia. 197 sharks in total were tagged in the Adelaide River and the South Alligator River. And these are in the Van Diemen Gulf of the Northern Territory. This is an area that has really large macro-tidal rivers. So we have our main arrays in the Adelaide River up to 100 kilometres upstream, in the South Alligator River to 100 kilometres upstream as well. And then we have gates between the East, West and Wildman rivers as well. So to look at the natural mortality, this is already published, so please scan the QR code if you want to take a look. But 185 sharks were used to calculate natural mortality. These ranged from neonates, so less than 1 month old, all the way through to adult. And this was nearly 1 million detections over 10 years. And so to calculate the natural mortality, the fates of individuals was defined as either a potential mortality event, an emigration or a survival. And then that acoustic telemetry data was converted into mark recapture histories. The FM telemetry function in the packaged fish methods was used then to link and automate the Kaplan-Meier and Jolly-Sieber methods. And so to deeply explore this natural mortality, I calculated natural mortality for each species, each season, each size class, each location, for each month and each year. So I have a lot of results. But if we look at the yearly estimates, we have extremely high mortality in our neonates. So in the speartooth shark, it was 0.9, which essentially means that 90% of the neonate population is dying each year, and about 73% of the northern river sharks. When we look at our juveniles, it drops to about 20 to 30%, and then we have a drop again in our subadults and adults. When we look at monthly estimates, we have a significant difference between our size classes for the speartooth shark. So the neonates and juveniles had significantly higher estimates of mortality than our subadults and adults. Makes a lot of sense. They're very small and they're very easy to be chomped on by other animals. There was no significant size difference between size classes for the northern river shark, which was interesting, but I'd say it was because there was a lot fewer individuals tracked for that species. And then there was no significant difference between species, season, or location. So even though the numbers were quite variable, statistically, mortality was pretty stable across space and time. Jumping into our movement ecology, our northern river sharks were tracked only in the South Alligator River, and our speartooth sharks were tracked in both the South Alligator and the Adelaide River, and again, over 10 years. So we have a really, really long data set that allows us to get a really strong pattern of how these animals are moving. So looking at this graph B at the top, you can see a dotted line at mark 0. That is the mouth of the South Alligator River. Down the x-axis, we have our distance upstream, so 20, 40, 60, 80 kilometres upstream. We have our time period along the bottom there, and then we have our average animal movements for that period of time. The grey shading is our wet seasons, and the white shading is our dry seasons. And then up on the top there, we have the stream flow for that same corresponding period. So we can see a very, very clear pattern where our river sharks are moving down towards the mouth of the river each year during the wet season and moving upstream in the dry season. So they're responding to that freshwater flow and sending it out to the mouth. In 2017, in the South Alligator River, our upstream receivers were removed. So they didn't just stop going upstream, that's just because we couldn't track them anymore. But interestingly, for the northern river shark, we have some level of size and sex segregation. So here we can see that on average, our females are extending further upstream than our males. And then our youngest individuals, our young of the year, were also extending on average further upstream than the larger individuals. So that is something that was not seen in the speartooth shark. We didn't have the size and sex segregation in this one. For the speartooth shark, we do have length at age estimates. So our different colours here are different age groups. But then essentially it's still the same thing. We have a very, very strong pattern of a downstream movement during the wet season, corresponding with periods of high stream flow and high water levels. And then during the dry season, they're moving upstream. And they're actually moving further and further upstream as the dry season progresses. And here, with our older individuals, you can see a change in behaviour as well, where as they're getting older, they're spending more and more time throughout the year towards the mouth and reducing their upstream migrations. When we look at space use, our different hexagons are the number of animals on average using that area during that month of any year. So peak downstream space use is occurring in the wet season from January to March. Peak upstream space use is occurring in the late dry season before the onset of monsoons. And then our animals are generally around 50 to 80 kilometres upstream in the dry season. And then in the wet season, they're really spending their time around the mouth and to about 10 kilometres upstream. So lots of implications of this research. We didn't know much about the movements and certainly not the natural mortality of these species. So natural mortality, we have very, very high natural mortality, particularly for our neonates, and this is much higher than what we have for juvenile bull sharks, which occur in very similar habitats. So these animals are very strange in that they're occupying a nursery area that has no refuge from predation, which most species would do anything for a refuge from predation. And this natural mortality indicates that these species have a very low capacity for any increased rates of mortality. So when we look at commercial fisheries and water resources development, we really need to understand if those industries are impacting our species, and especially those juveniles and neonates. When we look at our movement ecology, we have very, very high river fidelity. So our animals were not moving out of the rivers, moving between rivers, I should say. So only 5 northern river sharks and only 10 spear-tooth sharks moved between rivers. And when they did, they would eventually return, or they would emigrate out of the system completely. So they're really staying put to where they're born. We have extensive use of the rivers by adults, which was very surprising. We thought that when the river sharks matured at about 12 years old, that they would move into the coastals and start their adult life. But for the spear-tooth shark, we had adults up to 17 years old extensively using the rivers still. And we have annual up and downstream movements that are strongly driven by our environment. So this again has management implications, particularly looking at water resource development, any impacts to the flow of these river systems, but also spatial and temporal overlap with fisheries. So for example, if your fishery is starting in the wet season, when all of our sharks are down near the mouth, then there's a high potential for these animals to be caught in fisheries, so we can look at potential seasonal closures. Thank you. Hopefully it wasn't too quick.
Thank you, Julia. We have time for one quick question, if there's anybody.
Hey, thank you very much. I just have one question for you. I just want to know that can you morphologically distinguish between the 2 clifffish species? Is it possible?
Sorry, can you repeat that a bit slower?
Can you morphologically distinguish between the 2 clifffish species?
Yes, so they look very similar morphologically, but they actually have different markings on the face. So where it goes from grey to white, they're very distinct. So the spear-tooth shark, it goes right through the eye, and then the northern river shark, it's quite down on the cheek. So morphologically, they are very distinct from each other.
Great, thank you, Julia.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Olivia Szyszkiewicz, who's going to be taking us up to the Mekong River.
Hello, so today I will be talking about my research, which is assessing the relative vulnerabilities of the Mekong River sharks and rays to other threatened megafauna. So the Mekong River is the largest river in Asia. It spans across 5 different countries and flows for almost 5,000 kilometers. It is second only to the Amazon River in biodiversity and hosts the world's largest freshwater fish, the giant freshwater whipray. In addition, 24% of the fish in the Mekong River are endemic species. This is inclusive of the Mekong freshwater stingray. So in 2017, Dr. Zeb Hogan began the Wonders of the Mekong project, which through local collaboration and research has identified a very high concern for the declining megafauna populations. Now there is a large need for a synthesis of all of this information to then inform conservation efforts. And that is where my project comes in. So the main aim of my project is to develop a novel multi-species vulnerability assessment framework for the Mekong River's threatened megafauna to both environmental and fisheries threats. And in doing this, I will identify the key threats to the Mekong River's megafauna, as well as the most at-risk megafauna to prioritize both management efforts and conservation efforts. So my study species include fish, turtles, the Irrawaddy dolphin, and the Siamese crocodile. However, for today, we will just be focusing on the sharks and rays, including the bull shark, large-toothed sawfish, giant freshwater whipray, and the Mekong freshwater stingray. My study sites include Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And the framework I will be using is composed of 3 major components, including exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. Now, exposure looks at the overlap of the species distributions with the level of threat, and I did this at a country level. Sensitivity looks at the biological traits of species to see how they're able to tolerate the threats. And adaptive capacity looks at the species' ability to evade these threats. So each of these components has attributes and sub-attributes nested within that were built from various data sources, including the IUCN, primary literature, global databases, and local knowledge. And to build my criteria, I used this data and split it into 3 categories of high, moderate, and low vulnerability, using both quantitative and qualitative data. For my fisheries assessment, it is a very similar framework, except it is looking at exposure, susceptibility, and productivity, but is a very similar assessment. And in this assessment, I'm excluding crocodiles and turtles, as they have a terrestrial component to them and a hunting component as well. So I'm going to take you through an example so you can understand how I scored all of my species. So today we're just going to look at the giant freshwater whipray. And now this whipray is found in Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos. And it is going to be, each country is going to be assessed to the following attributes of water quality, climate change, and dams. So if we just look at Vietnam, the sub-attributes of water quality ranked high, moderate, low, and high. So you take the highest sub-attribute to give it a ranking of high for water quality. Climate change ranked high, dams ranked low. So you then take the highest of all of those attributes to get your categorical rank of high. You then assign it a numerical ranking. High is equal to 1, moderate is equal to 0.67, and low is equal to 0.33. You then do this for all of the countries and then take the overall average. So its exposure is going to be highly vulnerable with a 0.92 score. You do the same thing for both sensitivity and adaptive capacity, except for these, we are taking out its distribution and only looking at the actual traits. So sensitivity earned a score of high, or moderate with 0.67, and adaptive capacity of high at 0.8. You then put all of these together in this matrix. So you can see on the left is exposure, and the top is going to be sensitivity by adaptive capacity. You find where your exposure is on the left, and then your top part, and then find where they meet, which for the giant freshwater whipray is moderate with a 0.8 score as an average of all of your rankings. So I did this for each of my species for both the environmental and fisheries assessment, and then at the end, I'm combining all of these scores together to get an overall vulnerability assessment score. Getting into my results, you can see for the environmental scores, the top 5 species do not include sharks and rays. They are ranked 11th, 12th, 14th, and 15th. Now this is mainly due to the fact that they are less sensitive to specific environmental threats, and that is represented in this chart. So on the left are my species, and the top are all of the attributes. So you can see that for habitat specificity and parturition and nesting site, they are more moderate compared to the other species, and they also have a bit of a greater adaptive capacity in mobility and offspring dispersal. Now my fishery scores, the large-toothed sawfish ranked first, and the bull shark ranked second. And this makes sense as the large-toothed sawfish and the bull shark are virtually extinct in the Mekong River. And you can see that their susceptibility here is very high to fishing, and their productivity is very low. So they do not have the ability to adapt to that high fishing pressure. Now the rays are ranked more moderate to low for the fisheries assessment. And you can see that there is a pretty big difference between them. The giant freshwater whipray is ranked much higher. And this is mainly due to the fact that it extends into Vietnam. So its availability score is high, whereas the Mekong freshwater stingray ranks moderate. Now, those scores of moderate to low are mainly due to their susceptibility again. They have much lower encounterability and selectivity to the various fishing gear types. And this is primarily due to the fact that they are more demersal species. They don't have those big extending appendages such as the rostrum of the large-toothed sawfish. Now, putting all these together, my top 5 species, the large-toothed sawfish ranks 3rd, and the bull shark ranks 4th. Now, I think one of the biggest takeaways out of this is that all of these species are highly vulnerable. So it's really prioritizing out of all of the threatened species, which ones need the most important actions right now. So large-toothed sawfish and bull shark ranking 3rd and 4th. Again, this is mainly due to that really high fisheries pressure and low productivity. And then the rays ranking 7 and 14, they have a bit of lower adaptive capacity, but moderate sensitivity to that fishing pressure and environmental threats. And again, their main difference is going to be that distribution. So what does this mean? Locally, sharks and rays are moderately vulnerable compared to other megafauna groups, except for the large-toothed sawfish, which is in major need of conservation effort. Now, this is a widely known fact. So for my project here, it really is going to inform other species and how we can help conserve them before they result in the same thing as large-toothed sawfish in the river by looking at their similar traits and their rankings. Now, the rays in this river are more moderately to lowly threatened. However, they do lack ecological data on both of these species. Now, globally, this is really important as this framework can be applied on a global scale to other tropical rivers to really standardize vulnerability assessments, and we can compare freshwater megafauna across the board in freshwater areas. And this will also give us a global vulnerability status of sharks and rays. So in the future, I will finish writing my thesis for this and then work on setting up a workshop with the Wonders of the Mekong project to ground truth all of my data, as well as share this data with the local fishermen to then build management strategies. However, for my project itself, I didn't talk much about the methods, but I would really like to do a greater analysis of my exposure threats, specifically for the dams, as these do have more widespread impacts. So looking at the population fragmentation of these dams, as well as including spatial buffers. And then alongside those downstream impacts, looking at the downstream impacts of poor water quality as well. Now for my species traits, the Mekong freshwater stingray was severely lacking both ecological and distributional data and reproductive biology, so increasing our knowledge for that. And I would also like to run a management assessment to see how past management has succeeded and what we can do in the future to help these species. My references. Any questions?
Thank you, Olivia. We have time for one quick question, if anybody has one.
Hey, Olivia, that was awesome. With regards to your fisheries assessment, did you look at different life history traits, or, because I know you glossed over it, but was just curious.
Yeah, so the fisheries assessment, the productivity part at the end, I assess fecundity and generation length for all of my species.
Right, awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Olivia. Now, next speaker will be Patricia Charvet, who will be taking us over to Brazil.
Okay, whoops, can you hear me? Yeah. All right, so I'll be talking a bit about the threats to non-marine and land marine, specifically about the Amazon region. So there's a family called Potamotrygonidae. I'll just present you to the species. It comprises the Styracoura genus, that's the family, so we have a subfamily only for the freshwater stingrays. The 4 genera we have, starting with Potamotrigon, which are the more colorful ones. And we have approximately 39, maybe a few species more coming along. And they're restricted to some of the rivers in South America. And the other not so glamorous one, the less colorful ones, we have other 3 genus, so Paratrigon, Plesiotrigon in sequence there, and Heliotrigon. Still, even if they're not that colorful as the Potamotrigon, they're also seeked for the international aquarium trade.
All right, just to get some color to it, I would like to add some interesting facts about those animals here. They're very feared because of the sting, which the quantity of venomous cells is higher than the marine counterparts. They have fertile offspring, so they hybridize and they produce very unusual color patterns. So we say some people like pink elephants. We got the pink stingrays and things like that just from hybridization. They can recognize humans, so people that have those in aquarium can hand feed them without having any issues with stings. And also in the wild, they can get tamed by just coming closer to the house. They can solve mazes very well in search to find and search for food. They distinguish, some species distinguish a wider range of colors, wider than dogs. And finally, they can even reach out of the water for food, obviously in margins and banks. So I'll be talking specifically about threats. We have a manuscript being analyzed currently with a former PhD student. So we have fisheries, I'll be talking about those specifically, habitat degradation and loss, and we have climate change coming along for this group. So to start with fisheries, we have the ornamental fishery, where a single stingray can cost over $30,000. One. That was a leucistic species I saw the invoice for. They're taken for consumption, which is increasing. So juveniles, usually for the size ornamental trade, and the adults are being taken for consumption. They're also taken in recreational fisheries, like in some regions, not throughout the range. And finally, there's something that was described by Compagnio and Cook in 1995 as negative fishery, which means mutilation and killing and discard without any use, just because many people say that a good stingray is a dead stingray. In terms of habitat degradation and loss, we divided them into direct impacts, like pollution, where we already have some preliminary results indicating that in terms of ecotoxicology, there are like rays in the whole full ocean have it. In freshwater, it's even worse because they're more range restricted. So we have from arsenium all the way to metalloids and metals. Damming, apart from the genetic interference, it changes a lot the dynamic of the environment. So it goes from a rapids to a very slow-flowing areas. Mining is a big problem in South America because of gold mining, elemental mercury, and also habitat disturbance. And oil, every time we have a leak, the oil is there, and it usually builds up on beaches. That's one of the main pupping grounds and resting habitat for those species here. So a bit more indirect impacts. We have agricultural runoff from fertilizers to also any kind of thing that could be used in agriculture. It's a wider range of things. And when it rains, and remember, we have very steady and strong rain, like monsoons over there, even if they're not called monsoons. So the runoff from whatever is used in agriculture just flows out to the river. We have deforestation, so that means changing completely the environment. And then we have a lot of siltation from deforestation. Just the rain carries all the earth into the river. And it was very interesting that when we did the assessments, the IUCN Red List assessments for those, we were talking about convincing our reviewers and also the Red List unit and our Red List authority that we had forest fire, as a problem for these animals, which people usually, you never talk about a shark having any problem with forest fires, right? But over here, it was a completely different mindset that was quite challenging. Mainly whatever happens on land is taken to river and it's concentrated over there. And as if this was not enough, we also have climate change playing a big role here. So temperature changes, droughts, water cycle change. Many species have their reproductive cycle associated to the river cycle in terms of rainy season, dry season, high water, low water. And to the point that in some areas, like in northeast Brazil, we have an endemic species that's already been subject to impact from desertification, which is quite a big problem. So for climate change, they are invasive by nature because they invaded from the ocean to rivers in South America. So they tend to be a bit more resistant, but we have no idea how they're going to respond to, for example, an increase in water temperature. The shifts that would affect reproductive cycle. We have some reports from a colleague that's saying that as a lake was formed, the reproductive cycle, the species reproduced more, but any elasmorphs, needs some kind of a resting period, so we had no idea how they would react to that. And also the physiological response itself, so we have no idea how they're going to react to that. So with that, this is submitted, so please do not share. If you want to photograph, keep it to yourself. But this is South America, in case you missed your geography class. And you have a good idea that the red and orange shades, they correspond to how high the impact is, and greener, it's the basins that are pretty much not as impacted as they could be. So we do have some green areas, usually remote areas, but we do have some very already highly impacted areas there too for these stingrays. Like Mick already mentioned, we have, considering freshwater stingrays, we have about 1/4 of all species threatened with at some level of threat of extinction. And just recently, we had in Europe, of course, we don't have stingrays there in Europe, but the situation is not looking good at all for freshwater species at all. Half of the species of the freshwater fish in Europe are threatened. So it's not really a good condition there. So finally, as I close, we urgently have to improve knowledge on species. We need research. We need basic research of what's going on. We need a commitment from government, researchers at local, regional level, and stakeholders to do something about this, because otherwise we'll be losing our biodiversity before we even know it. We need to increase public awareness about species' ecosystemic role. They're predators in the freshwater environment, so they have their role there. We need to develop and improve species and fisheries monitoring. So we're burning the candle at both ends in some areas where we're taking juveniles or even young of the year or neonates for the ornamental trade. And then we are also fishing the adults for consumption, which is quite risky. We have to improve fisheries management, and we should develop and implement a conservation strategy, which could be for the whole group, or could also be oriented towards specific basins. And with that, I thank you very much. I would like to really thank Sharks International for giving an opportunity to share what's going on with the freshwater world here, and also Save Our Seas for a conservation fellowship I have, which really helped me push forward part of this work. So thank you. Okay, we do not have time for a question, but for any of the speakers that could not have questions, just catch us up on the hallway or something. I would like to ask our next speakers, Muktha, I hope I have the right pronunciation, sorry if I don't, to give us the first speed talk of this session. Please, welcome her.
Hello and very good evening to all of you. My name is Muktha M, and I'm actually presenting this on behalf of my colleague Dr. Priyanka Sen, who couldn't attend this conference. So, yeah, as most of you know, India is a hotspot for elasmobranch biodiversity across all its aquatic ecosystems. We have more than 180 species. What has been not focused so much is that we also have a sizable number in the non-marine ecosystems. So this study basically is a review of those species. So we have around 36, this is a very preliminary estimate, we have around 36 species in the non-marine ecosystem. And why even bother studying them? Because some of them link the food web across the salinity ingredients, the ecologically important. Many of them are of very high conservation importance because, not just because of the life history, they exist in severely modified habitats. And as has been echoed by all the presentations before, there's lack of data. So, yeah. Coming to the species in India, we have 36. I can't read the slide like this, so, which includes 21 rays, 11 sharks, and 4 guitar fishes. Of those, the Carcarainidae family and the Dasyatidae are the numerically dominant ones. And if you see, just go ahead and read this. The assemblage includes Escherichia generalis, Euryhyline generalis, and non-marine transients, which kind of indicates that there is some kind of flexibility in the ecology, but that does not necessarily translate into low vulnerability. So basically, the thing is, this is just a very preliminary estimate, and what it seems that there is much more diversity in our non-marine Chondrichthyan elasmobranch diversity in India than what we had thought before. Yeah. So thanks, Olivia, for that very detailed presentation on ESA and ESP. So we also did a very preliminary study on these 36 species. And what we found was that almost 20 species, that is nearly half, more than half, fell into priority 1, which is the high-risk category. And the ESA indicated that there's 31 of those 36 species had high exposure. And the highest risk was linked to habitat degradation, river modification, and climate stress. And coming to the ESP, the overall, the ESP ranks, 8 of them were ranked high, 23 moderate, and 5 low. And 16 species showed high susceptibility, and many of those showed very limited recovery potential. So to sum this all up, just that more than half of the assessed non-marine elasmobranchs in this study fell in priority 1, which is basically the high-risk assemblage. So what do we do with this? We have a list of research priorities and management priorities just listed out there. But frankly, this is for us to do. The NPOA, India does have the NPOA sharks. So it's been predominantly focused on the marine ecosystems and the marine species. So I think it's high time that we kind of shift the focus to many of these non-marine issues as well, and species as well. So I think that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We do have time for one quick question, please. Anyone? Or everybody's ready for a poster?
Yes.
No? Well, thank you very much then.